Hello, everyone. Good morning from my end of the world. My name is 𝗬𝗦𝗃𝗿𝗂𝗺𝗯𝗃. Nice to meet everyone. You're welcome to the GCC 1.0 Global Cybersecurity Conference. It's nice having everyone. Please let's keep the chat section really active. Please, in the chat section, please post your name, where you're connecting from, and what you hope and learn and what you hope to learn and gain in this conference. This is also a conference for us to network. This is also a conference for us to meet people. So you could also as well post your LinkedIn profile, the link to your LinkedIn channel. Please post it in the comment section. We would always connect. We would always network. Where you're coming from, I know we have people from Nigeria. We have people from the United Kingdom. From wherever part of the world where you're joining us from, please let's keep the chat section active. Before we go ahead, I would just like to introduce one of the co-founders of 𝗦𝗵𝗵. His name is 𝗦𝗲𝗰𝗂𝗵𝗂𝗺𝗍. He's going to be giving us an introduction and an introductory note. After that, we're going to have some ground rules for this session and would kick off the conference in earnest. Thank you so much, everyone. I hand over to 𝗦𝗲𝗰𝗂𝗺𝗍.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Esther. Good evening from my end here. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to introduce EyBrids, a cybersecurity consulting firm that I co-founded. And at EyBrids, our mission is very simple but vital: securing tomorrow today. We are passionate about helping businesses and individuals to kind of stay ahead of cyber threats, and by also providing innovative and tailored and effective cybersecurity solutions. We specialize in different services. We specialize in incident response and forensics. We also specialize in training and education to empower teams as well. So our training program is not just a general cybersecurity program for companies. We kind of tend to look at your business. We look at your the technologies, the applications you run in your company. Then we tailor our cybersecurity trainings based on your processes as well. Then whether you're a startup, you're a small business, or you're a large enterprise, we deliver solutions that aligns with your unique needs. And in the future, we are looking at specializing in SOC as a service, where we kind of help you manage your network infrastructure, and we kind of help you respond to cybersecurity incident as well. And our vision is kind of like, it extends beyond just offering services. We aim to build a global community focused on collaboration and innovation in cybersecurity. And through initiatives like this, we have the cybersecurity conference that we are having right now. And we also hope to inspire conversations that will shape the future of digital security. I just want to appreciate everyone. I want to thank you all for joining us on this journey. And together we can start securing tomorrow today, and we can get started with secure or crumble. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, 𝗦𝗲𝗰𝗂𝗺𝗵𝗂𝗺. Please, like I mentioned earlier, let's keep the chat section active. You post your name, you post where you're joining us from, and also what you hope to learn and gain in this conference. Once again, my name is Esther. I would be anchoring, or one of the anchors of the GCC conference. In a family, we kind of have ground rules. One major important rule would be that let's respect ourselves. We have the chat section. So let's be respectful with our responses to people, in our conversations with people as much as possible. And also, in a bid to foster collaboration in this conference, we have the Q&A options. We have sessions for question and answers, but we also have the Zoom Q&A button. You could use that to ask your questions if you have questions. As well as that, we are also going to be posting a review form when the conference starts for us to give our reviews, give our feedbacks about the conference. We hope and we want to hear your reviews. We want to hear your feedbacks as much as possible. Also, like I mentioned, we'll just keep the chat section active. If you have any concerns, you could always reach out. And you should also wait. We have a session in this conference that has to do with networking. So if you want to network with our keynote speakers, if you want to network with our panelists, if you want to network with the founders of EyBrids, the EyBrids team, we have such options available. So we have quality sections already packed. We have amazing speakers already ready. Let me use that word, ready to teach us, ready to guide us on what we're supposed to do, ready to give us the practicality, give us the steps on how we're going to secure tomorrow today. Coming up is going to be our very first speaker. I am going to share my screen. Please let me know when you can see my screen. Can everyone see my screen? All right. Okay. Our very first speaker is an amazing individual. I met Heather sometime this year. We had an event, and she was one of the speakers at the International Institute of Business Analysis, Tampa Bay. She was one of our speakers, and I must say that session was very amazing. And when we started the planning for EyBrids, the question began, who was going to be one of our keynote speakers? And I had a conversation with someone, and Heather's name came up, and I'm like, oh, she took an amazing session. And here we are honored to have Heather 𝗦𝗃𝗁, who is presently the interim executive director for the Missouri Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. Heather is a wealth of knowledge. She's a bundle of talent. She's a bundle of knowledge. She has over 30 years of work experience spanning HR, software development, data integration, cybersecurity, project management. Who better than to give us the highlights that we need, than to open this session, than to open this conference with the practicalities that we need. And she's going to be taking us on the levels 1 and 2 of cyber hygiene to start small businesses on their cybersecurity journey. It is the role of every individual in a business to always, cybersecurity should be your focus. Security should be your focus. So everybody needs to be security conscious. So whether you're a small business, whether you're a medium scale business, whether you're a large business, security is something very important. And we would want to appreciate Heather. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation, and we would hand over the floor to you. You're welcome, Heather.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I'll work out the particulars of sharing my screen and we'll be off to the races here. Maybe. Okay. Will you confirm that you can see it?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. I am here to talk about small business cybersecurity. And you'll see that it's pretty amazing how many of the businesses in our world, I look especially at the United States and the United Kingdom, are small businesses. I am Heather 𝗦𝗃𝗁, and we talked through my bio a moment before. I am a business owner, and I'm also working for a not-for-profit company called the Missouri Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. And we are working to train the next generation of practitioners and help them to get jobs in our field, cybersecurity, which is not an entry-level field. It requires some specialized knowledge, and it also requires the capability of working with people to write and to communicate. Why am I qualified to be here to talk with you today? I'm not really certain I am. Most of my career hasn't been in cybersecurity. It's started with human resources when I got out of college. I had spent some time with computers as a kid and had done some programming, but it was such a time in the 1980s where women didn't do much of that. And so I went into a very female-centric, happy career of human resources, and I truly enjoyed that. But in the 90s, if you had computer skill, you were going to be doing computer things. And so it didn't take too terribly long before I was doing computer work within the human resources department. And from that, I built a very long career as a full stack software developer in non-modern stack. And then as a business analyst, even though we didn't call it that, and project manager, and eventually a business owner for the business I worked for 22 years, and then a consultant. I do serve on some boards, and the last 3 years I've been upskilling in cybersecurity, and especially from a person-centered perspective and psychological motivations that we have for cybersecurity and also for circumventing it. So I want to give you the lay of the land with a story from last week of what will shape this conversation. You're looking at what you see there, the Security Plus Guide to Network Security Fundamentals, third edition. And if you think that looks like an old book, it is. I found it at a thrift shop last weekend, and that is a price of US 50 cents, and it was actually on sale for half that. So I had to pick that up to put it in the SOC of the Missouri Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. Along one wall, we have the bookshelves full of old tech books, so we can see how far we've come. And yet, some of the things in this book are still fully applicable today. It is 15 years old. And I'm digressing a little bit. What I want to say is the world is extremely interconnected. We are all interconnected. We are in different places in the world today across many time zones, and yet we're here having this conversation. We all know what happened on July 19, 2024, and that helped the rest of the world notice that we are interconnected. This is the CrowdStrike event that took down many computers, Windows computers, and certainly affected people who were traveling at the time. And looking back at that, that is a really good thing to point to when people are not certain how absolutely interconnected we are. My Apple Watch here is connected to your refrigerator, perhaps. So going back to this book, if we look back those 15 years ago to July of 2009, which is around when this book came out, we were looking at the iPhone 3GS, and the iPhone came out in 2007, so it wasn't brand new, but very different. Within this book, the thing I go to when I get a new old tech book. So go back to the back and look in the table of contents, and then also look in the back in the thing that'll point you to the topics. The name escapes me right now, but here's what wasn't there in 2009. Many of our key technologies today, there was no mention of the cloud whatsoever in this book, and it was a book to prepare people to take their Security Plus and the network portion of it. There's no mention of these mobile devices, even though the iPhone had been around for 2 years, so we weren't really thinking about securing them at that point. And there's certainly no mention of generative AI. So we're looking at small businesses, and many of them are underserved or not served at all when it comes to cybersecurity, and often it's because they don't think they need it. That's a whole other talk for a whole nother day. One thing I like to tell businesses if they are on the fence or if they are thinking that perhaps they don't need cybersecurity is to reiterate that we are all connected. Talk about the CrowdStrike incident or event, depends on how you feel about that. And then also to talk about if you have a website or you have email or both, then you are a technology company. So we like to group together small and medium businesses and put them in this nice handy acronym called SMB. We're here to talk about the S in SMB because the S, small, is underserved. A subset of S in SMB is even further small, underserved, and that is the very small business, 10 or fewer employees. I'll give you a moment to wager a guess how many of the small businesses, I have some stats from the US and also from the UK. Percentage-wise, what do you think the number of the very small businesses? So in the US, we'll give that stat first. 78.5% of businesses are very small businesses with 0 or 10 to fewer employees. Sometimes if you're running a very, very small business, you don't count yourself as an employee. You can have it flow through to your personal taxes here. So that's why the number of 0. What do you think it is in the UK? 95% of businesses. And I have the attributions of these stats at the end, but I want to let that be something you focus on for a moment here. A very large percentage of businesses are very small businesses, and there aren't very good ways to serve these businesses. And if we're all connected and we're looking to really benefit everyone, these businesses need some attention. So who serves them? I'm not sure. And how would we serve them? That's the topic mostly of today's talk. Here, if you want to take a screenshot of that, or I can provide these slides later so that you've got those attributions of where I got those numbers And of course, to the right here, my right is the data cats. That's what runs the world, are cats and machines, I think. So really small businesses, some things here to think about and consider. We are all connected. We've been talking about that the last couple of minutes. I'd like to start on the note of we still have some time to get ahead of attackers because the internet is still running. We are still doing business on it. And that means that as bad as things may be, we still have some time to make a difference. And that's the focus of the conference is we're here to make a difference. So there is still time to get ahead of attackers. And if we do find ourselves talking with someone and we scare them a little bit, that's a good place to go back to. Okay, now you know that there's some work to do here, but there's still time to do that work. That being said, AI has certainly changed the game here in the short 2 years that it's been in the mainstream. The generative AI piece of it with deepfakes and the way we can mimic voices and the strengthening of scams. It used to be that a scam from another country, it would be very clear that the English was not in the style of how we use English, for example, and other language translations as well. Well, generative AI has certainly made that change to where we can interrelate different people. We can put somebody's face on someone else's body. And we can certainly make a voice shift or a voice clone off of a small sample. Small businesses grow bigger. The old proverb, a stitch in time saves nine, means that the smaller we are is the best time to put some practices in place and some culture so that cybersecurity is something that our businesses are focused on as they grow. And this is the hard part because I don't see a lot of businesses who have services tailored toward really small businesses, especially those who might be reluctant. Somewhere in here, there does have to be some profit for businesses. And so that's something to consider when putting together a service offering or just deciding that we will serve super small businesses the way we serve small businesses and just work to bring them in somehow. So this concept of level 1 and level 2 cybersecurity is what I want to focus on. And these are levels I have made up. The cats and I'll tell at the end if you're interested the story of why there are black cats all over everything. It's kind of a funny story. I have 4 black cats. I can tell you how I got them. I didn't intend them. So cybersecurity level 1 and level 2. As practitioners, we tend to look at everything as cyber hygiene, but the concept of cyber hygiene is really helpful to people who have no idea what cybersecurity is. We talk about hygiene. It is toothbrushing, it is taking care of one's body and working within the context of being sociable. So cyber hygiene to me is the human part, the behaviors that we do. And if we focus on that term as behavior-based instead of also including technology too much, then it might be easier for someone who's not technically inclined to understand. So that first level, the cyber hygiene, is doing the list of things that we should do from a behavior perspective to be safe online, even if it doesn't seem like they make a difference. Because again, one of the things I like to say is cyber attacks are invisible, but they are not imaginary. So what is then the level 2? There's a recognition at some point that this is a journey, not a project you can complete in a day. You can't organize something and all of a sudden you're cyber secure. The attacks change daily, weekly. The technologies change frequently. If you look at college courses, they change from semester to semester as we're looking to equip students and what they need to know and what they need to study and understand. The certifications change every couple of years to accommodate these technology changes. So for small businesses, there should be no surprise that there's a journey involved here. We know it in big business that we're always trying to stay ahead of cyber attackers and also trying to make sure we don't make mistakes that open up concerns. So there needs to be a framework then for this series of projects ongoing that we will be undertaking on this cybersecurity journey. I do want to point out what we all know likely here, but maybe don't focus on. Both levels 1 and 2, as I've defined them, they are very heavily people and process oriented. In order to get ready to understand and to do the cost outlay we need to for the technology, we have to both do and understand the people and processes part. So what are those? A brief review here. These will not be surprising. The behavioral cyber hygiene. I am certain that in the interest of space, I have left some things off of here. What I see a lot of, at least in the United States, is there are lots of small business helpful websites that will list these and then that will be all they do. How you implement these within your own organization, whether you are a single person who has a website and email, single person business, or whether there are 4 or 5 on the way to 20 within the year, the way to implement these will change a little bit company by company, but there are certain things we need to do around passwords. Again, I could spend a whole talk just on passwords, but for small businesses, super small businesses, talking to them to start with about passkeys, that's not where you start. Will you eventually have that conversation if you were their trusted guide? Yes, you will. Some sites, they may want to use those passkeys, but long, strong passwords, talking about managing them in a password manager, and not from a top down, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do this approach, but instead from a story-based approach of, I have 400 passwords, and because I have 400 passwords, I like that I only have to remember somewhere between 1 to 10 of those for the things I physically log into each day or several times a week where I must memorize those, and that for the rest of them, I have this lovely manager, password manager, where I can store everything that I need to in there. And oh, by the way, passwords in the year 2024 aren't enough. And then to lead into the multi-factor authentication, it makes sense to most people who've been on using computers for many years that they need to update or patch their software, but some illustrations there may be handy. I know that for my Apple products, most of them contain major security updates when there's an update, and yet it talks about the new emojis that it adds or something like that. We're not doing ourselves any favors when we're not focused on the security aspect being often the reason that we're doing updates. At any rate, the next one is very big here with the cybersecurity mindset, the awareness of these invisible attacks, and that it will not get easier. And of course, that we need to make some changes in our organizations, the super small organizations, to consider that keeping data and information secure, the cybersecurity, the information security portion of it, are part of doing business in this modern age. So the next thing there, of course, is we've got to know what we have and we've got to protect it with the antivirus, we used to call it, and now anti-malware and hopefully EDR or something of that ilk. Then to back up data and to, with that cybersecurity mindset toward awareness, to also understand fraud and social engineering and how it's evolving. I like to say own your clicks, which means if you're going to click a link, you've inspected it, you've paused it, and you understand it may take you somewhere you don't want to go per se. And so that's the phrase that I've coined for clicking a link that's in an email, for example. And then at the very bottom here, I've used this slide before or a variation of it. Today I added the AI risks. There are governance, risk, and compliance pieces to this also in various countries that are unfolding. And so this list of cyber hygiene behaviors may be different than in a year. So something to consider, that we talk through these things, but we talk through these things from the perspective of, I'm not just going to hand you this slide and good luck. For people who are not technically minded or maybe even skeptical that these are necessary, we have to talk through where they fit in this story. Level 2, the journey, starts with that journey, that listing of it. I'm showing you the version 8 of the CIS controls. There are 18 controls listed here. Within them, there are 153 different safeguards. If you're not familiar with CIS, I find it to be a fairly readable framework to work with. There is a version 8.1 that takes into account the NIST's CSF, the cybersecurity framework. They have an interrelationship between those two frameworks. And so that would be a way to go. I'm not as familiar with 8.1, and for purposes of super small businesses, I don't think it matters as much. So I'm sat on a working group, several people looking at building some visuals and some real deep dives into these controls and their safeguards. And so I am most versed in version 8 and also NIST CSF 2.0 and 1.1. You'll see a slide later. I'll talk about that. So you see the red I've put here? We have to know what we have. So enterprise and software assets, again, we're on the journey. And then we need to train our staff. These controls are set up to be put in place sequentially. I believe for the super small business, we've got to bring that 14th control into play pretty early and simultaneously, if possible, in really understanding as a full staff and building into the culture of this small business, super small business, that we have to put cybersecurity into everything we do. Information security, very important. And so I would recommend taking that 14th control and implementing it with a team, or if we're looking at a really, really small business, just looking at implementing 1, 2, and 14 almost simultaneously. And then, of course, we have data protection all the way on down through the very last thing, penetration testing, which is another level of maturity altogether. One last thing about these controls, there are 3 different implementation groups, and I haven't written about this extensively, but I plan to, how I would upend that for super small businesses going toward the next level, what level 3 will look like, etc. Next slide here, I did talk about the NIST CSF. I am showing a graphic from 1.1. Govern surrounds that whole circle there, and that's a big change from framework 1.1 for NIST CSF to framework version 2.0. These are links where you can go to get these. And again, for the CIS controls, version 8.1 that considers that govern is available as well. And just to highlight that super small business and maybe even small business hack is to implement Control 14 and its security training and safeguards that go with that, with the controls 1 and 2, which are to know your assets, your hardware and software. So what can you do? It is all about partnership, although I didn't mean to leave that word there by itself. We are practitioners at different levels doing different things. What can we do to help people understand? And if we're helping a small business or a super small business with its cybersecurity, understand we are also helping these people and how they do security at home. And so training comes to mind. Webinars is one way to serve your community, which includes these small businesses and super small businesses, and regular webinars on topics that matter in the cyber hygiene and behavior space, and also really bring light to this involves everyone and that we are truly all interconnected. Everyone is looking for their businesses also to have content. And super small business cyber hygiene content is always a good thing to have. And so blog posts, LinkedIn posts, company LinkedIn posts, social media, all kinds of content can center around behavior-based changes that people can make to be safer online, on their devices. Right now, what we're seeing in the United States, a recommendation that we shouldn't be doing any messaging on our phones that isn't secure because we believe now that all messages can be read by foreign governments. So that means Apple to Android isn't something we should be doing. Well, that would make a really good blog post, for example. Wherever possible, speaking in the community also gets your businesses some exposure and shares your knowledge, whether that is in the United States, we have some service-oriented groups called Rotary Clubs, and then there are other nonprofit organizations. I live in a small city that has, in the metropolitan area, about 500,000 people. So there are schools. There's always someone looking to talk about this mystical cybersecurity thing and make it relatable for people and what people need to be doing, what they need to be thinking, and what they truly should be afraid of, and what they can do about that too. I think that a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt makes its way into conversation, and that when we're looking to help people change, we may scare them. So when we're speaking, I think we need to always end on these webinars, these blog posts, and any sort of in-person event, we always need to add with something uplifting of there's still time. Now is the time to start if you haven't. And something I'm going to be working on that you can do concurrently with me is what does security in a box look like? Not so much that we would hand someone a box, but if we were to train a super small business on what to do beyond just this presentation and the high level of talking about the people-centric pieces, what would that look like? What parts of talking with a super small business or micro business would be the same every time? And how would we know if we started to work on it, what resonated with the employees of these super small businesses and what was absolutely not a good thing to talk with across the board? And then where would we need to tailor, as we were talking about, so that it's specific to that business, what it does, what it values, and what its customers value. And then there's the partnership piece. Working to build true business pathways for partnership. Cybersecurity and information security, we're talking about business, we're talking about risk, and we're talking about how to make a pathway for business in this third decade. Now we're almost in the middle of it, of the 21st century. We do business differently than we did 30 years ago when I started my career. I sent my first email in 1992 and everything was text-based. And if you look at Linux, it used to be Unix, and Unix, Pico, and Nano, Linux, Nano look a lot the same. And I'm going very geeky right now. We're not going to be talking about those sorts of things with our super small businesses, but everything has changed and it will continue to change. So as long as we understand that technology enables business and securing technology means business can continue, we have work to do within our communities and these super small businesses that make them robust. If I have a single thing to focus on that may help matter, is that we need to train them, the people, to change how we trust. When we are in geeky circles, we sometimes talk about zero trust network architecture and how our machines, we're always in a state where we don't trust anything, we have to prove everything. We don't want to share exactly that same message with people that we can't trust anybody, but we need to convey that message when we are people working with digital, whether or not we know if a person or a machine is on the other end. So we need to change then how we trust the people in the circumstance that we're working with them. A person in front of me, someone, a family member, a friend, that's a trusted person. Someone I've just met might be a little bit different. And anyone, anything else in the digital realm can be faked. I was at an event last year, and it's one of this area's big business thinkers sorts of events called Think Summit. And one of the MSPs here, the owner, was on stage because this is an event that he sponsors. And the woman who'd been emceeing it is part of our business magazine here called Business 417. And so we had seen her throughout the day. It's midday at this point. We'd seen her 3 to 4 times already. And she's a very pleasant woman, and we know what she looks like. Well, this gentleman's name is Tom Douglas. He made a video where he took her likeness and voice and had it talk to us for 45 seconds. And if you didn't know her well, you wouldn't have any way to know that this was not her. And I think that's commonplace. What he did next is what was so compelling. He faded the screen where you couldn't see her anymore, and he showed a wave across the screen, and you could see her just vocally, but not her. Hi, honey. I'm not going to be able to pick you up today. I'm sending a man in a white car, and he'll come get you at whatever time it was. I love you. I'll see you at home. Bye. The room was 250 or so people, and when that screen went blank, nobody was moving. Everybody got it that if it's digital, it can be faked. So, on the digital realm, I like to teach that we have what's called zero trust for digital people and machines. So what does that look like if we're going to tell that in a story? This is one of my favorites. This is my headshot here. And in person, that's me. If you talk with me, that's what I look like. But digitally, you have to figure I'm just a bunch of zeros and ones. And no, I don't know what that says in binary. I just threw something there. You're right. If it is digital, it can be faked. And so we have to assume that it's fake until we verify first and then trust. And I have thrown the 𝗬𝗂𝗋𝗄𝗏, their Missouri Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. That's part of our logo, and I love it. So I'll put that there to keep that in your mind. So I'm going to recap this talk to you quickly and leave some time for conversation. Small business cybersecurity and super small business cybersecurity. It requires some persuasion because a lot of companies, small businesses, micro businesses, don't really think this is a real concern. And so in conversation, especially if someone from one of these businesses brings it up with you, there's a real opportunity to talk with the person and persuade that person that this is real without scaring that person. I like to say that cybersecurity is a vitamin and typically not a painkiller unless someone is in horrible pain because they've been breached or someone they know and love perhaps has had a cyber attack that was successful. It usually takes something very acute to have a non-technical person focused on our invisible cybersecurity cyber attacks. Level 1 then are the cyber hygiene from a person's perspective with the behavior. And that list I put up there, you'll have your own list of things that will be a little bit tailored to what the business does, but always passwords and MFA are a great place to start and talk about the control that we can exert with super small changes for a super small business and how much safer they are. And then they start the journey, the level 2 with the people, processes, and policies, and start to really put some structure within their businesses to how they do cybersecurity. The hardest thing there is acceptance of the need for the journey, what it's going to cost in both time and staff and money, and that it is an ongoing thing. There are some projects in here. It is necessary to celebrate the completion of the small projects within cybersecurity because it can be a real effort. It's like housekeeping at home to keep everything the way that it needs to be. And then the regular training about how important this is for cybersecurity. There were some stats that came out yesterday that I saw them, and so they're not within here, just about how people circumvent the things they need to be doing for cybersecurity. They share passwords, for example, or they reuse their passwords. So we're right back to the passwords and just behaviors that don't really serve them, but they don't immediately feel the consequences. It's almost like getting on a plane and expecting to land in Chicago, and then when you get off the plane, you notice you're in Houston, for example. If it is digital, we verify and then we trust. And I hope that that story, and I'm sure you have your own stories, I hope that resonates with you in helping to talk with very small businesses or people who are even thinking about starting businesses about putting cybersecurity and their information security, data security as something that is so important that they start it in their planning as they're working out the business plan. I am Heather Noggle, and I hate QR codes, so I put one here. It'll take you to my LinkedIn, which of course is here in link form also. I work for the Missouri Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, and if we have time, you can ask about that. I have a consulting company as well called CodaStack, which is mostly right in the middle of software, with software requirements being my very favorite thing to do, data integration being second, and I do some consulting in strategic work for technical brands as well. So thank you all. I would love to have done this in person. It's hard to know the energy of the room when we're on virtual. I hope I could convey I'm very passionate about this and certainly love cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heather. This was very, very insightful and really thought-provoking. Thank you so much. We actually have a question for you in the Q&A box. It was asked by 𝗬𝗂𝗋𝗄𝗏. His question is, how, according to you, would cybersecurity in small businesses support improvement in social and economic resilience of population?
What was the last word?
The question, I think, is the way it was framed. How, according to you, would cybersecurity in small businesses support improvement? So I'll say improvement in social and economic resilience, more or less.
Resilience. Okay.
Yeah.
Certainly, I think if you have a small business, just being guilty of it myself, we start things very agile. And maybe we don't go back and put the processes in place. Cybersecurity is a really good reason to put other processes in place that make the business more resilient from an economic perspective as well. And that can be an impetus to just improving business on the whole. If we're going to be putting policies in place with the business, chances are that business doesn't have any other policies that may not have anything to do with technology, but are necessary to be there from an HR perspective. There's a whole lot of overlap I'm seeing from my HR background with what we need to do and structure we need to put in business with what we've been talking about here as well. And so that's another angle to talk with the business of, okay, you have 3 people, you added 2 of them 2 months ago. You before that were running and operating just as yourself. You have some business process changes to make. Now is a good time to add the technical and the cybersecurity as well, and try to find when the right moment is to do a more mature journey. And that's another hard thing to do. I don't want to spend too much time on that because everything we change and improve leads to another thing to change and improve. I hope that was helpful.
Yes, that was. Thank you so much, Heather. We really appreciate you. Thank you very much. I'll be handing it over to my co-presenter, 𝗬𝗏𝗰𝗂𝗿𝗲. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Esther. Wow. That was really so impressive, and that was really good. Thank you, Heather. And one of the things that Heather said that really struck me was when she mentioned cyber hygiene. And there are a lot of things to do, like password best practices, updating your softwares and the patches. And I was thinking from my own end, when last did I actually update my softwares? I know that it is secure for Apple, but there are other devices, there are other softwares that I use. And just being conscious of our cyber hygiene is something that I really like took out from the session. So thank you so much, Heather. I really appreciate this. And I hope that the audience also learns 1 or 2 things from this. Before we move to our next session, my name is 𝗬𝗏𝗰𝗂𝗿𝗲, and I'll be moderating this conference with Esther. Our next person I'll be bringing up is 𝗖𝗿𝗂𝗿𝗲. Let me share my screen. Yeah, so there is something interesting about this topic, and for someone who is going to think about how the world is being interconnected, we're talking about smart devices and IoT. So everyone either has a smart fridge, our smartwatch, and we also have different smart devices that we use. So our next speaker and our first speaker for today is 𝗖𝗿𝗂𝗿𝗲. 𝗖𝗿 is a thought leader and a highly skilled information security professional with extensive experience safeguarding critical information systems and data. Outside being an information security practitioner, is also a team leader, is a trainer. So we are learning from someone that is a thought leader in the space, someone that is committed to educating stakeholders and promoting a culture of security awareness. Today he's taking us through cybersecurity in the age of IoT, securing a connected world. This is really big, and I see it as the world is now going into IoT, Internet of Things. So we really need to just see how the world is connected. And let's welcome 𝗖𝗿 on the floor. I don't know, let me see. Let me stop sharing my screen. Hi, 𝗖𝗿. Thank you for accepting to speak today. I will hand over to just take over from here.
Wow, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. It's amazing. And a big thank you to you. That was a very insightful presentation. Thank you so very much. I'm just trying to share my screen so that we can, okay. Please, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Hello, everyone. Sometimes ago, that was a few days ago, I was in my living room and I was going through a particular study on my laptop, and then something occurred to me while I was in the living room. My wife was seated beside me and she was with her phone. She was doing some stuff on social media, platform. Then I have my girl also with another device. She was having some fun game on that device. And my boys are also glued to the smart TV. And it occurred to me that we were together in the same living room, yet wide apart. I was connected to something on my laptop. My wife, even seated beside me, was connected to another world. And my own children also are connected to different places. And that's the reality of the world we live in today. Unfortunately, or let's say on the flip side, something could go wrong with any of those connections, and that can also impact all of us in that same living room because we are also on the same network. And so today I'll be speaking on cybersecurity in the age of Internet of Things, securing a connected world. Much has been said about me, but I would just say I'm a cybersecurity professional, and I'm also into management consulting. Recently, I conducted two major projects on Internet of Things security. One has to do with airports baggage tracking system with Internet of Things capability. And the second one has to do with the layer-wise security analysis of healthcare devices, because most of the healthcare devices we use today are basically Internet of Things enabled. So there's a need to do a lot of security around these devices for security purpose and even for privacy purpose as well. And so the question is, what's our understanding of the Internet of Things? And I would say that when it comes to Internet of Things, essentially, these are embedded systems, systems that are enabled by, the internet, smart devices. Of course, we talk about the smart wristwatches, smart phones. People are talking about smart TVs, smart electric heating systems. Probably maybe there will be a time people will start talking about smart shoes and smart clothes. You go about wearing smart smart blazers and the likes. So these are collection of devices that communicate over the internet with one another and probably with a console somewhere that affect or monitor the real world. So that's essentially what Internet of Things, it's all about. And we have various categories of Internet of Things. We have the consumer Internet of Things, like the smart wristwatch, smartphones. We have the commercial one as well. These are ages, that people make use of drones. And also in the military, we have the Internet of Things for the military as well. They make use of drones for surveillance. And also we have the unmanned ground vehicles vehicles that are not manned by any humans, but that could go to battles to engage the enemies. And we also have the industrial Internet of Things. We have the infrastructure Internet of Things. And the types that we can easily relate with are the wearables. Like I've talked about the smart phones, smart wristwatches. Then we're talking about the smart homes, smart cities, autonomous vehicles. These are self-driving vehicles. You could just imagine yourself on a highway and you're surrounded by vehicles who are not manned by any humans. I don't know what would be your reaction. Maybe you'll be comfortable with that or not. Well, that's subject to our debate. Then we have a whole lot of types of Internet of Things. And we have industrial Internet of Things sensors. We have drones, just I've made mention of. And the next slide, it's to look at the evolution and the explosion of Internet of Things. Well, I got this very insightful information from ByteBeam. Although arguably some may differ briefly about, about the evolution of Internet of Things, but let's look at it based on the information, the evolution, or let's say, started around 1989, and it continued to grow. But the question is, where are we now when it comes to the Internet of Things? Around 2022, the World Economic Forum make us to understand that we have that Internet of Things, it's one of the 3 most impactful technological advancements in the age we live in today. So if we are talking about the artificial intelligence, machine learning, then we should also be talking about the Internet of Things. And these are emerging technologies that demand our attention, and not just an attention, they also demand proper, effective security, because as useful as beneficial they are, they also have the downside of the security risk inherent in these technologies. That serious attention must be paid to them in order to mitigate the negative impacts of these devices, of these technologies. And looking at the statistics of the Internet of Things, by 2025, we're going to be having over 152,000 Internet of Things devices connected every minute. Companies will invest up to $15 trillion in Internet of Things by 2025. So as security professionals, I think we should start asking ourselves, what will be the value share that we would take out of those $15 trillion? Then common internet security threats like malware, human error, distributed denial of service attacks will be common around Internet of Things. And much more, the size of Internet of Things security market will surpass $30 billion in 2025. And the security professionals should start looking this direction, really. And also, the Internet of Things devices are commonly attacked within 5 minutes of being connected to the internet. So when you have your wristwatches, that are smart, that are connected, you should be very careful about the security around those devices. And also, by 2023, of course, this is 2024, now we have Internet of Things devices much more, or far greater than non-Internet of Things devices. So there is no way we can just, brush aside the security around the Internet of Things. We need to focus attention on that and do it effectively for a safe world. Now, the current trends, the Internet of Things are closely related to artificial intelligence and machine learning integration. Also closely related to edge computing and 5G technology, digital twin, enhanced, Internet of Things security. Then very soon, maybe there will be explosion of self-driving vehicles on our roads. And these vehicles also must be well secured. You can imagine a vehicle running at 80 miles per hour and all of a sudden hijacked, and the speed brought from 80 miles per hour to 0 mile per hour within 1 to 2 seconds. That will be really dangerous. And in fact, it's going to be leading to one form of fatality or the other. Then we look at the environmental and the agricultural Internet of Things. I'm a bit fast because I don't want to overrun my time. Now, we need to look at the major challenges, particularly the security around these Internet of Things devices. According to Microsoft Security, there are major issues around these devices. First and foremost, most operational technology and Internet of Things devices were not built with security in mind. For example, you have your smart TV or your smart fridge in your home, the primary concern was not security, or the primary objective wasn't security. It was more of serving the purpose. Of course, television is for entertainment, fridge is for preservation of foodstuffs. So most of these Internet of Things devices are not built primarily with security in mind. Then vendors rarely build these devices with secure builds and attestable integrity. So we begin to see major loopholes in these Internet of Things devices. As much as they make our living become smarter, as much as these devices make our, the way we relate in the world, the way we handle things, the way we even execute some processes to be smarter, yet there are serious security issues or risk inherent in these devices. Vendors rarely apply attack surface area reduction control. So a lot of vulnerabilities. These devices also, the vendors rarely provide automated means to patch these devices. The other time we talk about patch management. Let me ask you a question. For those who have a smart fridge, have you ever patched your smart fridge? Well, somebody could say, I've done that, but I know majority have never patched their fridge. And it could be a doorway to a cyber attack. And then, if you take a look at this picture, you look at the left side, that big stone seems to be a big benefit of Internet of Things, devices. Let's say a smart wristwatch, a self-driving vehicle. Oh, okay, it makes my life easy. I don't have to bother about driving. The car will drive itself. I will just sit back and relax. But then, if you look at it, that's a major gain. But look at the other side, the right side. You have seemingly overlooked little threats that are often overlooked, but they are compounding. And if care is not taken, they will outweigh the opportunities on the left side. That's the challenge of Internet of Things. And this is just a little mathematical equation. What that means is that F function of threat. You have the A naught, which is, the inherent, or let's say the residual risk that we can't do anything about. We just have to live with it. Now you have the T1 plus T2 plus T3. These are the little threats that are often being overlooked when it comes to handling Internet of Things devices. But the summation or the integration of these results into a major threat that need to be taken care of. And that's the reason why we as security professionals need to pay a lot of attention even to the Internet of Things devices. And of course, these are also major vulnerabilities when it comes to the use of Internet of Things devices. Weak password, insecure network, vulnerable API, outdated and defunct components, unsecure data transfer and storage, inadequate device management, lack of privacy, insufficient physical security, inadequate authentication capability. These are just few of the common vulnerabilities around the Internet of Things devices. And we're talking about the threat landscape of the Internet of Things. Category-wise, we have the threats that are linked to the device itself, the threats that are also linked to the internal network services, the external network, because when I talk about the internal network, take for instance, you have your home network, that is the local area network within your house, where you have the smart devices like the smart fridge, you have your CCTV, you have your smart television connected to it. They are also not connected to the local area network alone. They are also connected to the wide area network. So that's the external network services. Then you have the user issue of privacy and even the IoT malware as well. These are the details. I'm not going to bore us with the details, but now let's look at the IoT landscape itself. The major challenge now, having seen all these things that I've talked about so far, the concern now is our Internet of Things are fast becoming Internet of Threats. And there is a need for us to add security of things to it in order to achieve secure Internet of Things. Look at that. It's a very simple equation. Internet of Things fast becoming Internet of Threats. What do we need to do? We need to start embedding security of things in our Internet of Things in order to achieve secure Internet of Things. And how do we achieve that? Take a look at this secure Internet of Things. The first thing is security in mind. Then the second thing also is privacy. We need to start thinking about privacy as well. It's not only about security. What do I mean about privacy? We're talking about the protection of personal information. So that is personally identifiable information when it comes to the use of these devices. And the major approach is to do it in a risk-based assessment. And under the risk-based assessment, the first thing that many a times often overlook is the threat modeling of these IoT devices. What is threat modeling all about? It's all about the abstraction of the threat of that device. You like a way of like, okay, what are the potential threats that can impact on the use of these devices? And threat modeling is more proactive when it comes to security. Many a times we focus on the threat intelligence. Threat intelligence is more of reactive. You think about the attackers, the threat actors, but threat modeling, it's quite proactive, and it breaks the devices into bits and try to look at the potential threats that could attack, that could be used to attack the devices. So like I've said, it's a proactive approach that needs to be done. I could have done a little model, a little demo for us, but because of our time, basically, I focused majorly on the use of Microsoft threat modeling, in my demo. But the high level is to do a proper decomposition of a typical IoT device. Do a decomposition of it from the user to the device, to the network, and also to the storage part of the device. Then you look at the data flow diagram to look at how communication is being channeled within the device and how attackers can potentially, take advantage of how the communications are being configured. Then, of course, the last part is the detection of the potential threats, which can really give a lot of insight into how to deal with it. I have a case study of what I've worked on before, and that's a fall detection system. What I did first and foremost is to break it down into 3 layers, showing the basic architecture and look at it from the perspective of the security as well as privacy challenges. And the last aspect is the mitigation measures to, address those security issues. This is just the architecture, the architectural analysis of the device I did. And the model that I used was the threat modeling methodology that I used was the STRIDE, taking into consideration from the perspective of spoofing, of tampering, of repudiation, information disclosure, denial of service, and elevation of privilege. So majorly, that is all about this segment when it comes to securing our connected world, in this age of Internet of Things security. So it's really, really important. Threat modeling, it's a major area that we can focus on to proactively secure our Internet of Things from becoming Internet of Threats. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, 𝗬𝗂𝗧. We really appreciate your session. Thank you very much. This was really insightful. We actually have 3 questions for you and would like to just briefly, if you could just briefly provide answers. The first question is actually in our chat section. It was posted by Sani Suleiman. Is asking how we integrate IoT with existing infrastructure. If you could just briefly touch on that, then we'll move to the second question, please.
Okay. Well, it depends because when looking at the ecosystem, we have different categories of the IoT. We have the consumer, more or less like an individual use of IoT device. We have like an individual use of device could be when you use IoT device at home, you could connect it to your Wi-Fi and all that. And most of the time, the attack happens at the router level. And so the router needs to be secure when it comes to that. So it's really, really important. Then we have some other categories of IoT. The consumer, yes. We have the commercial IoT. We have the Internet of military things and all that. But essentially, as I've said, when it comes to that integration, we need to be proactive in terms of doing a proper threat modeling of these devices before integrating them to the existing network. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. 𝗬𝗂𝗧. I'm going to hand over to my co-anchor, Rianat. For the other questions, we would answer the questions by typing the answer. Mr. 𝗬𝗂𝗧 as well, you could also respond to the questions we have by typing the answer in the Q&A section. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Esther. Thank you, Mr. 𝗬𝗂𝗧. I don't know about everyone else, but for me, I am walking away from the session with like a new perspective about smart devices, because we live in a world where everything is now smart. We have our smart speakers, smart watches, smart refrigerators, like 𝗬𝗂𝗧 said, and we also have the likes of Siri and Alexa. So this has really been enlightening. Thank you so much, 𝗬𝗂𝗧. And before we move forward into like the fun part, I just like want to check in with everyone. Like, how is the session going so far for you? Drop your favorite emoji. Let's see how it is going before we move to the next session. Cool. So the next part, like I said, is going to be like the fun part. We've had like such a powerful conversation. In fact, 2 powerful conversations already. The one that we had with Heather and the one that we had with 𝗬𝗂𝗧. So we just like want to switch things up a little bit and just do some interactive game. I'll be sharing my screen, and the purpose of this game is just to give it like an icebreaker. Let's take a step backward. Let's have fun. It is cybersecurity. We can still have fun while we're still talking about security. We're still talking about secure or crumble. Give me a sec to share my screen. Okay, so I'll be dropping a link in the comment section now. And the first game or the first fun thing we'll be doing is the word cloud. And the word cloud is, what is one word or phrase that comes to mind when you think of cybersecurity? So I will drop the link here. Everyone should drop one word or phrase that comes to your mind when you hear of cybersecurity. What is that thing? Then we'll see the words that will be popping up as people are dropping their thoughts or the words that come to their mind. Great. Necessary. Interesting. Okay, Akin, that's good. Okay. Okay, so we need more engagement, please, everyone. We have over 50 participants, and we just want to ensure that we are more active. Drop the word that comes to your mind. It could be a phrase. It could be anything. Okay, financial crimes. Okay, red, blue. We ate him. I think I'm seeing something. We ate him. Okay. I'm still trying to okay, we ate him. Can safety and threat. That's good. Fraud. Nice. Okay, security. We still have Akin topping the list. Okay, threat actor, it's us. Oh, right. It's true. Crumble. Okay, security. We have phishing. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing another word. Let me see another phrase, which is Yahoo boy. Okay. We have digital police. Oh, great. Confidentiality. Nice. Thank you, everyone. This is really great. It's good to see and hear everyone's perspective and what cybersecurity actually means to everyone. We still have Akin topping the list. And that is to just let us know that we have different words, we have different phrases here. And that is to let us know that cybersecurity is more than just Akin. We have confidentiality, we have integrity, we have digital protection, we have privacy. We have our safety to protect. We have our own information. We have the company's assets. We have the world to protect beyond just our personal information. The Nigerian prince. I think I've heard of this Nigerian prince a couple of times, and seeing it come up here is something fantastic. Good. I'll be ending the poll in 1 minute. So we still have 1 minute to put in our word or phrase. Then we can now talk about it. Words. Okay. Phishing. We have DDoS. We have 419. Okay, we have a lot of interesting words here. Good. Okay. Oh, great. Thank you so much, everyone. This is the first game that we'll be playing. This is the first icebreaker that we'll be doing. And we would have to switch to the next session. We know this is really short, but we have a lot of things to bring for you. So thank you guys for participating. Thank you everyone for participating in this game. It was really fun, and I really appreciate everyone's time. It's good to hear everyone's perspective on what they think cybersecurity is. So the next thing that we have now is our next speaker, and our next speaker will be coming up, who is 𝗬𝗂𝗋𝗃. Let me bring up 𝗬𝗂𝗋𝗃's profile. Oh, good. I am so excited to introduce our next speaker, and I hope we had fun during the icebreakers. Someone who is not just talking about cybersecurity, or who is not just talking about security. We'll be talking to us about defensive cyber forensics in post-breach analysis, which is what happened after the incident occurred. 𝗬𝗓𝗃𝗁𝗂𝗋 is a dedicated cybersecurity professional. So he's focused on protecting organizations from cyber threats. He excels at detecting and analyzing security incidents. And that is where his topic from today came from. It came from experience, which is defensive cyber forensics. So I will welcome 𝗬𝗓 on stage to come and give us that wonderful speech. He's a thought leader in the space, and we are happy to hear and learn from you today. 𝗬𝗂𝗋𝗃, I would hand over to you now. Oh, you're muted. Let me unmute.
Sorry, apologies. Thank you for the
𝗬𝗓𝗃𝗁𝗃.
Thank you for having me. All right. I'm just going to share my screen and get on with the presentation. Okay. Yeah, my screen should be up right about now. Is it? Okay, thank you. By means of introduction, I would say thank you, Eda. Thank you, 𝗬𝗂𝗧, for the wonderful, I'll call it lecture, really. I've learned a lot, and I almost forgot I had something to say. So yeah, thank you very much. It was really packed with insightful tips and talks. I'll be talking briefly on defensive cyber forensics in post-breach analysis, and the focus is to help us understand the critical role of forensics in post-breach recovery. So post-breach, another word for incidents, or another word for maybe hacking, or another word for we've been exploited and stuff like that. And to lay a really funny foundation, it's, I think securing our devices, pen testing and all of the whole talk takes more preference in cyberspace rather than forensics. And I would say because of the very nature of humans, we two of which are being fallible and being exploitative, we will be subject to cyber threats, we'll be subject to being hacked, we'll be subject to breaches. At one point or another, we'll get hacked. So the question of security breaches, the question of getting hacked is a matter of when, not if. Sorry, apologies. It's a matter of, yeah, actually, it's a matter of when, not if, because at some point we will get hacked. We've heard of organizations that have gotten hacked. We've heard of, I think, off the top of my head, some organizations that got hacked through social engineering, the employees were fished into giving out credentials and stuff. So it's a matter of when and not if. So I'm going to start by telling you a bit of what cyber forensics is. So cyber forensics basically is the science of collecting, analyzing, and interpreting electronic data to understand the cause. So it has happened. Just think of it as autopsy when someone dies, right? So someone dies in a very questionable state or a questionable manner, and we need to understand what happened, what led to the death of this person. So autopsy for the medical guys and forensics for the cyber guys. So we want to know what happened, how it happened, and the best part of it is how we can prevent it from happening again. So knowing what happened and how it happened does not solve the problem. We need to go a step further by preventing it from happening again. So and I think that's the whole focus of this talk today, right? We need to ensure we build up our defenses from the lessons we have learned from forensics. So why is it important in the first place? It's important because it is integral, very integral. If we're going to respond to incidents, we need to do forensics. We need to know what happened. We need to be able to do a bit of, timepiece creation and see how did the attacker get into our environment in the first place? What did they do? How many assets have they infected? And that's the whole post-incident response stage. Incident response is another thing entirely. I'm not going to delve into that, but yeah, it's cyber forensics is really important to incident response. Also, it helps us to preserve evidence, right? So during the process of carrying out forensics, maybe after an incident now, we might need to maybe go to court to prove what has happened. Say, for instance, we finally catch whoever attacked our organization. The person might want to prove they're not the one. So we have to, it helps us gather evidence, right, to be able to resolve incidents and also for legal actions. And additionally for audits, internal, external audits, regulatory compliance, and a couple other things. Also, it helps us to learn. So enhancing organizational learning and preparedness. So if, for instance, again, let me refer to the case of the medical guys during autopsy. So a guy goes to eat some food and then dies from food poisoning, and autopsy was performed on him or her, on them, whoever, and it was found that this food substance that this person ate was poisonous, and it's a mass production, or it has been delivered nationwide. then maybe the Food and Drug Agency would have to do a recall. So that's how forensics works in the cyberspace. So it helps us to learn, it helps us to secure our environments, and it helps us to get better and be more defensive against such attacks, and maybe by extension other types of attacks. Also, it helps us to rebuild trust and reputation, right? If we successfully carry out forensics and we maybe inform the stakeholders and shareholders of what has happened and tell them the actions that we have put in place and the lessons we have learned, they're able to trust us and say, okay, we believe this incident will not happen again. So it helps us to rebuild trust. Now, for forensics, I need to put a disclaimer, or I need to sound or state a disclaimer here that my list is not exhaustive. There's a lot of other things that I could have fitted into the slide, but for the want of time, I just put the ones that I think are more important. All are important, actually. I just put the ones that could fit in my slide. So the core forensics techniques, first is log analysis, right? All digital devices, they collect logs. Logs are like your footprints, right? So if you're walking on sand or if you're walking on a wet ground, you leave footprints. That's how it happens on your devices, on your phones or on your laptops, on whatever digital device you use. You leave logs behind, logs of what you did, basically logs of what you did. So if you're browsing, there's a log that has been saved somewhere on your computer that states what you've done, what applications you're running. Now we have Zoom application running on our system. There's a log somewhere that states that you opened this Zoom application at so time. So log analysis helps us to understand what happened in the case of an incident. Say, for instance, a user clicked on a phishing link, and the link redirected them to a website and downloaded an executable, and the executable runs in the background and does a bit of process injection. I'm not going to go too technical here, but all of those things gets logged, right? The user might not see, maybe some user that their own business is just to receive, maybe like apologies, I'm not trying to talk down on any profession here. Someone that is not so versed with using computer, and then they click on a link and they get attacked from there, and it's spread through the organization. Forensics helps us to collect the logs, and it makes us understand what happened, where it started from. Also, malware dissection. So here we could call it reverse engineering. So again, to my previous example, say a malware was downloaded on the system. Now we want to see what that malware does. So we do a bit of re-engineering. We dissect it, like how autopsy is done, right? You cut the body open, you remove the organs, you inspect to see what happened. So the same thing happens here. You dissect the malware. You want to see the code, right? What the code does, what the attacker has intended for that application or for the malware to do on the system. So we carry out reverse engineering, see what it's meant to do, and then we can monitor for such process. So if, for instance, the malware is supposed to steal credentials from a browser, then we can monitor for a process that is trying to steal credentials from a browser, and a couple other things. Another technique is file integrity monitoring. Attackers these days, they try to encrypt files, they try to steal files, they try to do a lot of things with files. PIIs, as Deepak mentioned, personally identifiable information. So if we have a file integrity monitoring solution set up in the environment, we can get alerted, or maybe during the forensics process, we see a bit of we get alerts, or we see changes to files here and there. Maybe files are getting encrypted, files are getting transferred from one sensitive folder to the other, or files are getting deleted. That can be a pointer to the fact that an attack has happened here, and then we can investigate. We'll continue our investigation. Another technique will be timeline reconstruction. Like I said, and I've been trying to say since, we want to see where the attack starts from, right? Because that would actually help us to understand how to defend against it. If we tried to defend against the attack in the mid phase of it, then we would have missed out a couple of events that happened from the start. So we'll still probably be susceptible to such attack. So we want to reconstruct the time. This is when the attack started. This is where it started from. So we'll have a clear picture of the attack life cycle and how to defend against it. So, okay, this is most likely a repetition of the previous slide, but with different English. Steps in post-breach analysis. So we do an attack timeline creation. We establish the timelines. We gather data from logs, we gather data from memory, we gather data from network devices, from everything that could help us establish, footprints. Then we can now piece together and form a theory of how the attack happened. Then we'll do an RCI, or root cause identification. So we want to see what happened that allowed the breach to occur. Could be an unpatched system, like unpatched IoT devices. Everybody uses IoT one way or the other these days. Could be maybe weak credentials. It could be problematic applications, outdated components, and stuff like that. So we want to do a root cause identification to be able to put protective measures against them. Also, after all of this is done, then we want to contain and remediate, right? We don't want this to spread. We don't want this to continue to happen across the organization. So we want to contain. Containment might mean isolation, maybe removing the system from the network, might be patching, it might be fixing maybe the component that led to the attack in the first place. All of this happens. So like I said, the focus of this talk is to help us build up our defense from forensics now. The incident has happened. So how do we build up defense? So this is what happens. This is what we do. We contain and we remediate. Remediation is very key. If we find out how the attacker got into the environment and we fail to remediate and we fail to fix the issue, then we've basically just wasted our time working, right? So this is an important aspect of forensics. Then tools and technology. Again, disclaimer: this list is not exhaustive. There's a million and one other tools you can use for forensics, but here are some popular ones that would ring a bell when you see them. EnCase is one. You use EnCase to collect and analyze digital evidence, especially in disk imaging and evidence preservation. Another tool that falls under the EnCase category will be FTK Imager, right? So what you use EnCase and FTK Imager to do is to collect, say, the full image of the of the device. You use EnCase or FTK Imager to collect the image of the device for investigation. It helps with timeline creation. It helps with log analysis. You can even use that for malware reverse engineering. Then you can use volatility framework. It's open source and it will use it to detect advanced threats operating in memory. So attackers are getting very, very smart these days. They build exploits that do not even run on your hard drive. Most antivirus these days will detect malicious files, will detect maybe links sometimes, but if the files get downloaded to your hard drive and start spinning up processes, then antivirus will detect them. But these days, attackers are wise and smart, really smart. You could download a virus for real, and you would execute the virus, and your antivirus would not flag it. I have seen it happen, right? Yes, and I have also created something like that in the past. The virus would run very well on your system, and the antivirus will not find them. So then it's running in memory, right? So we can use volatility framework to inspect and see, okay, what processes were running in memory as at the time of the attack. It helps us understand the attack vector, it helps us understand the attack life cycle as well. Because there's a queue chain the attacker is trying to complete. It's like a cycle, right? So they get into the environment, they do this, they escalate privilege, they establish persistence and all of those things. So we want to see what has happened in memory, what step the attacker has got into in their attack lifecycle. Also, like I mentioned before, FIM tools like file integrity monitoring, we could use these to do a bit of differentiation, right? Status of our files before and what they are now, what has happened to the integrity status of our files. Have the files been encrypted? Have they been deleted? Have they been transferred in bulk, or have they been changed one way or the other? So we could use FIM tools to establish that. And Wireshark is another tool. It's a packet analyzer. This one works with network, right? So if the attacker maybe has established a C2, that's a command and control tool, it's just a way of saying the attacker sends commands remotely from their location to our environment, and then they get response also from whatever device they have attacked or they have infected or they have exploited in the environment. So Wireshark helps us to analyze network traffic, helps us to see who is talking to what and how we can, maybe disconnect that communication. So these are some of the tools and technologies you can use for forensic analysis. Then how forensics might help, right? It helps you to strengthen your defense, very importantly, right? just like how when the medical examiner concludes his autopsy and then he gives a report and says, okay, this food item is poisonous, it should not be in circulation again, then they remove it from circulation. Same thing happens in the cyber space, right? So we find the malware, we strengthen our defenses by updating our, our EDRs, our antivirus solutions, a couple of other things. It also to enhance threat hunting. So if we find that a malware is on a particular system, we could run threat hunting scripts across the environment to detect if that malware has also, spread to other systems and block them, remove them, as the case may be. We also have another insight, informing vulnerability management. So maybe this might apply to outdated components, for instance, or vulnerable components that we're using in the environment. So we'll be able to, forensics will help us to manage them properly. We can patch, or we can update or upgrade or remove, as the case may be. And it facilitates faster incident recovery. So if, for instance, a portion of our files have been encrypted and we have found out what files have been encrypted, we are able to, or for instance, we're able to recover that section of files from our backup, from our DRs and from our DBs, and continue with business rather than, spending the whole time trying to recover the whole section of storage. Also enables us to carry out targeted training and awareness, right? Although all training cybersecurity related is important, but if, for instance, an attack related to phishing has happened in the environment, then in that particular instance, we want to train everybody on detecting phishing links, on avoiding, being attacked maybe a second time or a third time, as the case may be, through phishing links. So we do targeted training and environments for that incident, and it helps us to improve detection and response capabilities. Like I said, you find out what the cause of the attack is, you do threat hunting, and you're able to detect if that malware is running in the environment again, and you're able to respond to it in time. Then a very important part here for forensics and for cybersecurity is compliance and legal documentation. It's not a technical necessity, it's a legal one, right? We've heard of companies and organizations being fined to the tune of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, because they are missing some documentation or or they are not compliant to some regulation, right? So it helps us, forensics helps us to first comply to to regulations, right? It helps us to keep thorough and important documentation. It also helps us to preserve documentation for, legal proceedings, for audits, for, checks here and there, because when you collect evidence, it's important. The evidence goes through a chain, right? So, and then that's what makes it presentable in the courts. I'm digressing a bit now. So that's to stress the importance of, documentation in forensics. Then these are my final thoughts. Cyber forensics is more than just an investigative tool. So you're not just, trying to investigate what has happened here. You're not trying to find out. Of course, that's what you want to do, but it's much more than that. It's also a strategic enabler for organizational resilience. If you want to, continue to be in the business, if you want to continue to rise up from the water, how did they say it? You have to take forensics serious. So forensics helps us to understand the costs and impacts of breaches. It helps us to recover swiftly and effectively, and it helps us to build defenses that adapts to an evolving threat landscape. And very importantly, it helps to protect the brand integrity. And with this, I round up my talk. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you so much, 𝗬𝗂𝗰𝗂𝗺𝗲. This is really insightful. Thank you for sharing your thoughts about why cybersecurity is a concept of when and not if, and most importantly, cyber forensics. And we have one question here for you before we move to the next session. And the question is from it said, is it you recommending governments and authorities in all countries to create departments of cybersecurity forensics? I think what this question is trying to pass across is, are you recommending governments and authorities in all countries to create departments of cybersecurity forensics?
Well, I would say that's a very, very, what's the word now? Very interesting question. And I'm trying to find the best way to answer it. But yes, I think it's a good thing for government to do that, but I wouldn't say it's a recommendation. I think the regulations will speak for itself. Governments would pass a regulation that mandates all organizations and all companies, all departments to have a forensics unit. And by that, the government doesn't have to spend money creating departments and building departments here and there. Of course, the government will also have a forensics department within its NSA unit or within its cybersecurity unit, but not building departments here and there, if I understand the question correctly. But passing regulations that mandates organizations and mandates companies to have a cyber forensics unit would really help. So yeah, I think that should do it.
Yeah, thank you so much, 𝗬𝗂𝗿𝗂𝗧. Thank you everyone for joining us this far. I really appreciate your time and for everything that you've been learning so far. We have a review link in the comment section. I will be quoting the link again. This is for us to get like feedback on how far or what you've learned so far, what has been the reaction to the sessions, and to also help us improve our subsequent events that will be coming up. So please engage with the link. I'll quote it again for us to be able to like drop our feedback. On this note, I will be handing it over to Esther to move into the next session. Esther.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us up until now. We'll be going quickly into our next session, and the next session is actually a panel section. That's going to be our panel section, and in that section, we have a chief panelist, someone that's going to head the session, and the major focus of that panel session is to take a look at like a cross-domain perspective on cybersecurity. And to head that session, we have Mr. 𝗬𝗬𝗰𝗂𝗍𝗂. He is a chief data engineer. Now, we might be wondering, we might be asking, why do we have panelists from different fields, from different specializations that are not related to cybersecurity? I want us to note that, like I mentioned earlier at the beginning of this conference, security is everyone's responsibility. Security is everyone's job, is everyone's job title, regardless of whatever your job role or your job title is. Now, we have these people in an IT ecospace. You have a lot of people working hand in hand. You have software developers, you have business analysts, you have project managers, you have systems analysts, you have product developers, product designers in an IT ecospace. Now, we want to explore how these individual domains or these separate domains collaborate with cybersecurity, and how our concerns, our views in our different fields can also align with cybersecurity. So our chief data engineer, 𝗬𝗬𝗰𝗂𝗍𝗂, is actually highly skilled. He's also a very, very extensively experienced cloud expert. He specializes in Elasticsearch, and he excels at managing complex data sets. Please join me to welcome 𝗬𝗬𝗰𝗂𝗍𝗂. You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Thanks for the introduction. And for the speakers so far, wow, you guys have done an awesome job, awesome jobs. It's amazing. EyBrids, I want to say good job to you for assembling this group of professionals. The things that have been discussed here, they are very practical things, and these are real world problems that have been discussed here. Was it 𝗬𝗬𝗰𝗂𝗍𝗂𝗧 that just finished talking about forensics? And recently I finished writing a script to do some work, to delete some duplicates in our environment. And I was supposed to release that, and then our security team would not let me do it because they want me to write some logs in a file for forensics. And here is 𝗬𝗬𝗰𝗂𝗍𝗂 talking about the same thing. And, these are very practical conversations we're having here. So good job, guys. Now, I have here with me a couple of panelists. We're going to be discussing questions around different disciplines to help us, have a more rounded view of what we're talking about in terms of security and how it relates to other disciplines. So I have 𝗬𝗬𝗰𝗂𝗍𝗂𝗧, who is a software developer and a cyber security specialist. Thank you so much for joining us here today. I have 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗂𝗺𝗯𝗹𝗲, who is a product UI UX designer. I have 𝗬𝗲𝗰𝗂𝗺𝗯𝗹𝗲, who is not new to you, by the way. He is the guy that just finished his talk right now. He's a cybersecurity analyst. I would like to have him here in case some cybersecurity questions comes up. I have Young Destiny. He's a cybersecurity expert as well. I have Rihanna Abbas. She's a cybersecurity and a product developer. I have Annie. Is it he, right? Yeah, is it he, a cloud solutions architect. Then I have Bashir Aminu, who is also a system analyst. Thank you so much for joining us here today. And thank you again to EyBrids for bringing these seasoned professionals here for this conversation. Now, without wasting much of our time, I would go straight into the questions. And then the first question goes to Jeremiah Falonisho as a UX designer. So cybersecurity, of course, is often seen as a back-end concern, like an afterthought kind of. But how can UX design actively contribute to preventing cyber threats? What are some design elements you found effective in reducing risks like phishing or unauthorized access? That's for Jeremiah Falonisho.
Yes, so hi everybody. Yes, I'm on now. Hello everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Jeremiah and I'm pleased to be here and I hope to share as much value as I can. So in the first instance, I was asking myself, why am I here in the first place? Because a lot of the technical conversations literally are like I'm not so used to them. But then again, we are dealing with users. Every conversation here that we've been having has to do with users, right? And then that's where I come in really. So if we're talking security, we're talking cybersecurity, we're talking safety, we're talking confidentiality really. It has to do with users. The communication of those of those terms that we've had, that's actually the place I come into place, or that's the path I come into play. Take for example, you are trying to solve an issue, probably there are threats, a particular system was hacked, or a particular product or solution was hacked in some type of place or in some type of way. Me being the product designer, I mean, my job really in that aspect is to design the interfaces that you guys are using to solve or counter those hacks or those cyber attacks that are coming in. So every solution that you are making use of, whatever solution you could be making, whatever product, name it, my job or my role is to create or is to make those interfaces as seamless as possible, right? For you guys to properly carry out your roles and your responsibilities. So you probably look at me as someone that is at the foundation, right, of every solution or every interface that people or users interact with, users being the end users and you guys also being the users that are making use of this product. It could also be in the communication of certain rules or certain informations that you would need to communicate with your users. So say, for example, there is a suspected attack and you need to communicate it with your users. The communication channel, right, by which that is coming from you to the users or to the persons that are making use of this particular product, that those channels, right, are literally created. So my job here is to make everything communication seamless, is to make decision seamless, is to make action seamless, and is to make your work relatively easy. Thank you.
So very much, Jeremiah. So if I understand you correctly, security is not a back-end solution. In fact, users interact with interfaces and, basically user interfaces that help to solve security-related issues, or at least to avoid them and things like that. Thank you so very much for your contribution. The next question goes to Annie. Again, Annie is is a cloud solutions architect, business applications administrator as well. So this question goes to you in that capacity. So as a business administrator, of course, business applications are often the target for attackers. I mean, where do they get the money, right? If not from businesses. So how do you ensure that access controls are simple enough for employees to follow, but at the same time also robust enough to prevent breaches? Annie.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is 𝗖𝗿𝗂𝗺𝗯𝗹𝗲. I'm glad to be here. So thank you to all the organizers of this program. So yeah, straight to the question. I think one of the nightmare of a systems admin or a cloud engineer or a cloud architect, in the context, a business administrator or a business system administrator, is balancing access control or ensuring that we have an access control that is both user-friendly and also that is usable and is robust enough. And I think some of the strategies we have deployed over the years, and I can say for focusing on my domain, which is mostly ERP systems like SAP, Microsoft Azure, or software asset management tools. There are a couple of strategies that is required of a system admin to ensure that we balance usability with security. Users need something that is user-friendly as much as they can get, and also they need something secure. So some of the things I will do or is expected is implementing a role-based access control. I think the reason why we do this is to ensure that people have the right permissions to do what is expected of them. And if you look at SAP, which is like an end-to-end an ERP system that basically channels every business operations from production planning down to fleet management, which is like the heart of every organization, say oil and gas or manufacturing, as the case may be. You want people to have access to what they need to do. And I think one of the benefits for that is that it simplifies asset management, where authorized users have the required permissions to do what is expected of them and not compromise data integrity. I think the most important thing is to ensure integrity, availability, and confidentiality of data, whether it's an organizational data or business data. One of that strategy I will employ as a system or as a business application administrator is to ensure the principle of least privileges. This is mostly around the admins, to ensure that the admins are held accountable too, because you don't want someone to be compromised in your team of admins. So basically, the admins hold each other responsible. Single sign-on is a thing, and I think Hida also mentioned MFA, multi-factor authentication. But I think also the awareness around it based on business leaders to take initiative of this. So for me, implementing the role-based access control and enforcing principle of least privilege while deploying MFA across the landscape will basically ensure. And another thing is, I think Jeremiah the cyber guy, said something around awareness. You can spend thousands of dollars on softwares, be it to guide your emailing system or to protect your cloud resources. If your users are not aware, so if they're not aware of these threats, because they are the first layer of compromise. Once they are compromised, every other thing is. So I believe in providing security trainings for employees. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Annie. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Without restating the things you've said, definitely awareness, least privilege, and, all those multi-factor authentication. And I think we've had other speakers mention, those things in maybe use other terms to express those things as well. Thank you so very much, Annie. Appreciate that. Next question goes to our backend developer, 𝗬𝗬𝗂𝗬𝗂𝗺𝗧. So APIs are critical points of interaction in modern systems. So how do you manage API security when they are accessed by both internal and external applications?
All right.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. So, talking about APIs, the full meaning of API is just application programming interfaces, and I would like to give us like an insight of what API really means. So API is just like a door into an apartment, or let's say into a building. So that is just the main entrance. And inside this building, we have different rooms. Or let's say in a company, we have the MD's office, we have the security room, we have the accounting room, you understand? So API is just like the main entrance. So the way we secure API, like you said, we have API connection for internal softwares and for external softwares. For internal softwares, and let's say for both, what is generic to both is authentication. We all know that authentication, we have to do our authentication properly. But before I talk about authorization, there's something I try to discuss with most people, which is validation. Validation can be very deep, more than the way we see it. In security, there's something we call zero trust principle architecture, something like that, whereby trust nobody, trust nothing, trust no user input, you understand? So I could bring that into backend development as validation. I'll give an example of something that happened recently, not recently though, when I was working with some people building an e-commerce platform. So the e-commerce platform, you would have your wallet where you can load your money, and then from that wallet, you can purchase products. It's fine. We did some validation that, okay, when you want to withdraw your money, check if the amount in your wallet is up to what you want to buy, you want to purchase. We did that. So, and that's why I said validation can be very deep. Not knowing that we did some things or we overlook some things, like checking, we only check for the balance, and that's all. So if you have, let's say you're trying to purchase something of $5, and we just check, do you have up to $5 in your account? If yes, do it. If not, don't do it. But someone had tried something. Okay, I have €0 in my account. Okay, and you can also withdraw from the wallet. So when you want to withdraw, you have $0 in your account. I could just say, okay, I don't have any money, I can withdraw minus $5. Or let's say, let me withdraw minus $20. We forgot that aspect of validation. So someone with $0 could just come minus $5, minus $50. It will subtract minus 50. Zero is far more than minus $50, right? So it will just subtract minus 50 from zero. So when you say 0 minus 50, mathematically, that is addition, right? The user gets $50 in their account for free. So that is one aspect of security in backend development. You have to think deeply, like one of the terms we use in security here. Think like your attacker. Okay, what are the things the attacker will do? So we do that, and validation is very important. I've talked about authentication you do your authentication right. Authorization also, like I said, API is just like a door to a building that has different doors. So as, let's say, for example, as a janitor who is coming to pick garbage can, the janitor only has access to the hallways. Offices will bring out their garbage cans, put it at the door step, right? Then the janitor picks it. The janitor only has access to the entrance, but we never enter into the admin's office. So that is also what we call authorization. Just to skip through, we talk about encryption as well. The way you store users' data, especially if it is not the data that they really need to see, it's better you encrypt them. Like, for example, user's password, we know about that. User PIN number, just encrypt them. All you need to do is to check with whatever algorithm you use. So that is for, those ones are generic. And for external APIs, we have standards that we follow, like the OAuth. So OAuth is a standard protocol for external API authentication. And it's all this with token. For those who have worked with developers in the house, when you, let's say I'm trying to use Stripe API for my payment gateway, they will give me like a token. So whenever my platform is trying to communicate with Stripe platform will just check this token. Oh, who does it belong to? It belongs to so company. They only direct me to the company that I was registered on them. So that is just the basic thing we do as backend securing APIs.
Thank you so very much, Jeremiah. Yeah, I totally agree with you. We don't want to sound like cynics, but zero trust really. And if I get your point, you made some salient points. You mentioned authentication, and having been authenticated, you want to check the authorization. Once you get in the building, can you do what you want to do? That is authorization. You also mentioned encryption of the data you're storing, and I also believe the data in transit, so that's the one at rest, and then validation through all of these steps. Then you mentioned OAuth for external applications communicating to your internal application. Thank you so very much for that insightful contribution. I would go to the next panelist, and here we have 𝗤𝗲𝗰𝗂𝗿𝗲. This question is for you as a systems analyst. Yeah, I see that cap. That's a systems analyst cap. So,
thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome. So systems today are more interconnected than ever. So how do you analyze potential vulnerabilities that could arise between different systems or platforms?
Well, good evening, good morning, everyone. And thank you, EyBrids. Thank you for having me. My name is 𝗤𝗲𝗰𝗂𝗿𝗲, and I'm a system analyst at 𝗖𝗿𝗂𝗵𝗃 University here in Katsina. Basically, the question that you've said, since we have many systems today that are interconnected, there are a number of things that needs to be considered to check for vulnerabilities. First of all, you need to understand the system architecture for whatever system you're using, and understanding the system architecture, you need to have your interconnected systems documented. Make sure you have the platforms, the endpoints, everything is identified within your architecture. Then you try to understand the data flow, how the information is being passed from one, especially knowing the sources and the destination of the information and the transformation process, how it goes. Then the next thing is you do sorry, I have yes, after understanding the system architecture, then you identify there is interdependencies. If, for example, you have a shared resources, for example, you have a shared be it a database or any storage that you are sharing, you need to have it. That alone is a point of, if you are sharing, what I'm trying to say here is, if there is anything you are sharing something, then that alone is a single point of failure. So you need to understand and identify if you have dependency. You need to look at that. Then evaluate access control mechanisms. You need to ensure robust mechanisms like multi-factor authentication, and I'm kind of nervous trying to explain, but that's all I can say for now.
And that's totally fine. That's totally fine. But yeah, we get the point you try to make. And yeah, so it's about authentication, and as strong as you could make that, the better. So Bashir, thank you so very much. If I had to wear that system analyst cap, I would be nervous as well. So thank you. Thank you so very much. Now,
You're welcome.
I would like to ask 𝗬𝗲𝗂𝗃𝗿𝗂 a question. And because of our time, I would like you to just, if it's possible, answer this question in one word. I know that's hard, or at most in one statement in 30 seconds, if possible. And then I would have one more collaborative question, and which I would want you to lead the conversation. This conversation should not last more than 3 minutes. People from other fields here can chime in into that. But you, as a cybersecurity expert, I would want you to lead that second question. But the first one that I have for you is, what is one misconception about your field's role in cybersecurity that you would like to address? And how does this impact cross-domain collaboration? If I don't trust you, as a member of a different team, I will need to work together. Collaboration would be difficult, right? Because I have a belief about you or your team, the role you play. So what is that misconception about your role?
I think a very serious misconception is people see us as blockers, in one word, right? So developers want to push code to production, and we say no, give us a fast scan result. You want to maybe come up with an API for some functionality, and we say we have to do some tests on this API. So they sort of see us as interruptions to their flow, and that's not who we are. So yeah, just to be brief about that.
Yeah, thank you so very much. Yes, I agree with those that call you blockers, because you are. I'm kidding. But on a lighter note, like I said earlier, I wrote scripts recently, and it was all good, all fine and dandy. It was all working well. But then this guy said, nope. So now I'm working on doing a lot of logging and doing a lot of stuff in the application. So yeah, totally agree with them, but we should all understand we are a team, and you're not necessarily blockers. You are helping us to not crumble, in the words of EyBrids. Thank you so very much, Jeremiah, for that. All right. So this one is a more collaborative question. So looking into the future, what is one cross-domain initiative or technology that excites you for its potential to transform cybersecurity? Over to you, Jeremiah, and others can chime in.
Okay, I'd say one initiative that actually excites me about potential of cybersecurity in cross-domain function is the fact that, we went from just developing to DevOps, then now we have DevSecOps, security being in the middle, and for some organization, now it's now SecDevOps, right? So security is gradually shifting to the left, which means everybody's security minded. You are considering the impacts, right, of maybe a security flaw and exploit before you even start developing. I work with an organization, and before developers even start coding, before they start writing the first line of code, I do a threat modeling for them. So we are shifting security left. And it's also very interesting to see that people are, although they fight back sometimes, but they are adopting that mindset because in the end, it's for everybody's good, right? So yeah.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, Jeremiah. Does any one of the other panelists have something to say about that? Yeah, Bashir, I see your hand.
Thank you very much. One aspect that interests me in that I'm interested of in while implementing cybersecurity for building a cyber resilient future is that aspect of someone, is it Heather or one of the speakers have mentioned it, the zero trust architecture, where is a framework where you can't trust anybody. You just have to have your architecture, your systems protected. So it's very interesting to me, and if people can comply or implement this zero trust, meaning you have to limit the access of the for your user access, then I see it in a way that we are going to have a protected systems.
Yeah,
it's very interesting.
Thank you so very much. And me coming as a data engineer, and in my world where we're not that honestly security conscious. What we tell ourselves is trust but verify. So it's don't even trust, and certainly you have to verify. Yeah, that's an eye-opener for me personally. Well, with this, we come to the end of this session. Thank you so very much, everyone that has contributed. You guys are brilliant. You have definitely helped to open our eyes to things we might not know, including those we don't like so much. Maybe we begin to like them, like the forensics guy. So, and hopefully that's going to help us for a better collaborative work environment. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lamide. Thank you, Jeremiah. Thank you to the three Jeremiahs. Thank you, Bashir, and thank you, Kelvin. It was nice having you guys on this panel. So we've had an intense session, that's the truth. We need to stretch our legs, or take a coffee break. But this is also a session where we're going to be doing simultaneously networking. So in an event where you want to network with the keynote speakers, we have them on the call header. You could join any of there's a breakout room for that. In an event where you want to network with the EyBrids team, you could also join that session. If you want to network with any of our panelists, please also join that breakout room. So everybody, we could go to whatever. We have the option of selecting what breakout room we want to join. So every other person that hasn't joined the breakout room, we have about 23 other people. Just select what breakout room you want to be a part of. If you want to network with the EyBrids team, you want to have conversations with them, you want to know how you could even maybe get certificates or whatever questions you have for the EyBrids team, you could join. With the panelists, you want to ask them questions that weren't clear to you, you need further clarification, you could join that. And you want to have conversations with our keynote speakers or even our other speakers, you could also join that. We have a couple of them on the call. Let's see. Jerry Turner, Mohammed Abdulhamid, 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗍, you could join one breakout section, or if you want to take a break, we have Zainab, Zlatica, and someone is Zoom user. 𝗬𝗏𝗰𝗂𝗺𝗃, Cynthia, Anthony. You could just join any of the breakout sessions. Thank you. Zainab, Mohammed Abdulhamid, Cynthia. We have exactly 2 minutes, and the breakout room will automatically close. Thank you. This ends in less than 26 seconds. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. We're back here.
Labisi, you're breaking up.
I think we are waiting for the rest. We hope to see everyone here.
Yep.
All right, everyone is coming back. So anybody that has a question or that was unable to get answers, please just send your questions. We would work towards that. And if you have any questions about EyBrids, we would drop the EyBrids email in the comment section. You could always send us an email after the conference. So we're going to be going on to the next. I will be handing over to my co-presenter, Rihanna.
Right. Thank you so much, Esther. Welcome back, everyone. And I hope we had a chance to grab a drink, connect with people. You can still keep leaving your LinkedIn in the comment section. Let people keep connecting with you. Also, the next keynote speaker that I'll be bringing up is Blessing. So we have with us here Blessing, and Blessing is one of the people that probably makes you like rethink what is possible in cybersecurity, especially with like AI. So Blessing has over 6 years of experience across risk management, IT audits, and regulatory compliance. She has been on the front line solving the kind of challenges that keep businesses up at night. She has an MBA. She is a ACAA Chartered, and she's also a lead implementer of ISO. So I'll be bringing Blessing on board now to talk to us about the overview of today's digital landscape and how we can prepare for a cyber resilient future. Hi, Blessing. Thank you so much for us today, and it's our pleasure to have you on board.
Thank you, Reinette. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you, EyBrids. Thanks, everyone, for making this conference possible. I am thrilled to be in your midst today. If you just give me a minute, my slide will be up. Okay, there we go. Yes. So hello, everyone. I'll be speaking to us today on the overview of today's digital landscape and how we can prepare for a cyber resilient future. As you've already heard, my name is Blessing. I work in the IT industry in Ireland, where I am responsible for executing data protection strategies and ensuring the seamless blend of innovation and information security. In my spare time, I am fascinated by generative AI, and I'm constantly exploring the interconnectedness of AI and information security. I love innovation. Perspective and see how security can enhance innovation rather than block it. So that's me in a nutshell. Today, we'll be looking at the digital landscape, we'll be looking at the threat landscape, and we'll be looking at the top cyber threats for 2024. And then finally, we'll be exploring cyber resilience. In case you're curious, my specialty in cybersecurity is known as governance, risk, and compliance. So we are more of the policy, standards, framework guys, as opposed to the log guys, the forensic guys, the analysts, and all of this stuff. So I'd like to begin with this. There are only two types of companies, those that have been hacked and those that will be hacked. And essentially, I'm echoing what Heather and some of the earlier speakers have already said. In today's digital landscape, it's not a matter of if I will be hacked, it's a matter of when. And so we all have the responsibility of being prepared. So now, moments of truth. I have a quick pop quiz I'd like to deploy. Let's see how I can quickly navigate that. I have put the link in the chat. If everyone could kindly go there, and I will be deploying the pop quiz. Once I deploy, we just have 30 seconds to answer the question. So if you could please join in, and then I would deploy it and we would go. So I'm launching it now. We just have 30 seconds. If others could quickly join in, because once it's 30 seconds, it's going to get closed. So the question is, when was the first registered cyber attack? We have 3 seconds. And we're done. You should see the answer now. The correct answer was in the 80s. So what does that tell us? Although cybersecurity looks like the buzzword, the word for the now, but it's actually an old trick in the book. The very first cyber attack was recorded in 1834. Banking and stock market information were transmitted through telegraph in the French country. And although they were encrypted, the telegraph operators could see the codes and everything that was being transmitted, and they understood it. So 2 French telegraph operators took advantage of that vulnerability and started sending stock market information to their accomplices ahead of the arrival of those telegraphs. And people exploited and made profit off of those information. And it lasted a while before it was eventually discovered and closed down. So that was the very first cyber attack that was recorded. Today, we've gone beyond that. Cyber attacks now involve ransomware, AI-powered attacks, supply chain attacks, and so much more. And these challenges, the recent evolution of cyber attacks and the digital landscape lets us know that a commitment to cyber resilience is imperative, and we absolutely cannot do without it. Quick overview. I have in front of me a list of industries for which I have the statistics of cyber attacks that have hit them between 2023 and 2024. So to the left, yeah, you have the list of cyber attacks per industry per week. And you can see, for example, the education sector had 3,828 cyber attacks per week from Q3 of 2023 to Q3 of 2024. Essentially, that tells you that there is no industry that is safe from a cyber attack. It is not cybersecurity is not an IT thing. It's not for the IT people. It's for everybody because no industry is safe from it. Now, education, government, and healthcare were the top 3 industries for cybersecurity attacks between 2023, Q3, and Q3 of 2024. And you can see the energy sector had an exponential increase in cyber attacks for its sector of about 186% year on year within that period. And then for the retail and wholesale, 70% of the attacks that were launched against retail and wholesale sales led to successful data theft. And what does that imply? It means that information gotten from wholesale, your financial transactions, your card details, your personal identifiable information, those things are high value data that were successfully stolen within this period and exploited for gain. Bringing it back to country, I have in front of me the average weekly cyber attacks per country per week within the same time frame. And you can see Africa had a 37% increase in cyber attacks within this period. The overall highest, the country with the overall highest cyber attack within the period was Latin America, with an increase of 53% within the period. Again, this illustrates that cybersecurity is not for the Western world, it's not for the Europeans, it's a global challenge. There's nowhere you want to hide on the face of the earth today. As long as you have an online presence, you have a digital footprint, you are susceptible to cyber attacks. On November 30, I did a quick screenshot of, I was able to get hold of a platform that was tracking in real time phishing, malware, and exploit attacks globally. And this was the screenshot I got as at 11:16 a.m. And you can see in real time that attacks were moving from the United States to Belgium, attacks in India, attacks in South Africa, attacks in Brazil. And as at this point in time, it was just exploits. Some seconds later, I got some malware alerts, some phishing alerts, and all of that. Again, illustrating the point that no one is safe from cyber attacks. It is a global problem. We all have to address it. In summary, there's a growing sophistication of threats, regardless of industry. There's a need for an evolving and enhanced cybersecurity measures in light of the evolution of threats from the first telegraph cybersecurity attack to ransomware and AI-powered cyber attacks that we have today. There's also a need for a unified global approach in combating cyber threats. This is because if anyone successfully carries out a cyber attack in one country, it can easily be duplicated and replicated anywhere. So imagine if countries came together and put resources together to fight cyber attacks and cyber crime. It makes the world a safer place. Moving on to the digital landscape, I'd like to begin with this. There's this very popular phrase we know from Spider-Man: with great power comes great responsibility. Actually, that phrase was from a French author, Voltaire, but Spider-Man made it iconic and it became known to Spider-Man. In essence, the idea is that the digital landscape comes with innovation, technological transformation, and so many good and productive things. But as these things come into play and give us these fantastic efficiencies and productivity, it comes with responsibility because it comes with new vulnerabilities. And so we now have to be responsible for securing our digital landscape, securing our platforms, even as we innovate and push for the next big thing. I have another quick pop quiz on the same link. There's no wrong or right answer to this one. It's just to get a sense of where we're at. So again, it's in 30 seconds and I have deployed it. So if you could quickly vote, it's going to be off very, very soon. What are some technological or digital innovations that fascinate you? We have 13 seconds. Okay, and that's a wrap. So like I said, there's actually no right or wrong answer to this. For me personally, what fascinates me is Gen AI. For some people, it might be Internet of Things. For some people, it's cloud computing. For some people, it's autonomous systems. These are all digital innovations that we have seen in recent times. So the digital landscape, starting with Gen AI. Generative AI is something that has enabled efficiencies in tremendous ways, right? So I know that, for example, in the office, I work in a diverse team. I work with some people who are not English speakers, and they use, say, ChatGPT to translate some things. They translate what they're trying to say, optimize it. If they want to send out email, they write out what they want to say, translate to English, optimize it properly in business scenario, and send emails. And I work with those people, right? Even those of us that are English speaking, sometimes we construct an email or construct something and we throw it into ChatGPT to optimize it, to get it into a certain tone before we send it out. That is on a low level. Gen AI is massively creating efficiencies and increasing productivity on various levels. Now, for cybersecurity, Gen AI has been adapted into advanced threat detection to enable push the boundaries of cybersecurity for our platforms and our systems. And that's a great opportunity in the digital landscape. But the risk it comes with is that the same way we're using generative AI to push efficiencies, threat actors are doing the same thing. Now, there was a study that came out that I think emails now, especially when it comes to phishing emails, have now been, generative AI have now been used to create them so that they simulate human language. They simulate the language of the particular company that is being attacked. I think one of the speakers had echoed this earlier. And I think about 70% of the time, those AI-enabled phishing emails are successful. And then we also have the issue of data privacy. So as much as almost everyone now uses ChatGPT, you have to be careful of the information you put there because you do not know how safe your data is. And so it's advised that you do not put confidential information on Gen AI platforms because we do not know how safe they are. Cloud computing. Cloud computing has enabled the cybersecurity community to deploy advanced security tools such that access control, identity management has gone to a whole new level, pushing cybersecurity safety for our platforms. But the risk to cloud computing, the risk that cloud computing presents is that if there is a misconfiguration, it goes downhill from there. And then if you have an insider threat, it's literally over for that platform. The third thing is Internet of Things. One of our speakers spoke extensively about Internet of Things. Internet of Things makes life easier for a lot of us. We have smartphones, smart homes, smartwatches. Everything is now smart and interconnected, and generally just makes life easy for everyone. But the risk that comes with it is that Internet of Things are mostly created for comfort and productivity and they're not security mindedness does not come into play. So they generally have weak security protocols. And usually once one Internet of Things is breached, the whole network is susceptible because it just, again, it goes downhill from there. And then lastly, you have autonomous systems where you have self-driven cars and robots. They fall into this category. Again, improved efficiency, especially in the industrial sector where these machines are being utilized. It creates safety for everyone else because humans will not have to do the risky tasks that these machines will be taking up. But on the other hand, these machines collate lots of data from cameras, from logs, from different data points. And so data privacy concerns are an issue. They are susceptible to remote hacking, and there's the issue of supply chain attack. All of these things, does that mean that digitalization, transformation, they're all bad? No, the idea is just to bring to us that as we're enjoying the productivity from these transformations and innovations, we have to be aware of the risk that comes with them, and we have to be ready to put in controls to mitigate those risks, because again, with great power comes great responsibility. Now, I want to quickly look at regulation across board that affects the digital landscape and cybersecurity. What are countries doing to protect their constituents? The EU AI Act is the world's first AI legislation in the world, and it was passed, I think, I can't readily remember, but it establishes a legal framework to regulate artificial intelligence across the European Union, and it ensures that AI systems are safe, are transparent, and they respect fundamental human rights. And that law has essentially been passed. We also have DORA. DORA is the Digital Operations Resilience Act. It establishes the regulatory framework to ensure that financial entities in the EU can withstand and recover from digital disruptions, essentially resilience. And you can now see that AI and all of these things have already crept into the financial services sector, and that's why DORA had to come into play. And so the EU is being very forward and very proactive by giving out regulations to regulate AI and cybersecurity activities. Now, the United Kingdom, on the other hand, does not have a UK AI Act or any such act. The United Kingdom's posture is that they want to encourage innovation. They want to become an innovation superpower. So what the government has done instead is that they've decentralized regulation and asked each sector, marketing, industry, and cybersecurity, each sector should be responsible for regulating their own AI activities. That's what the UK has done, but with the aim to push and encourage innovation. I believe at some point it's going to peak and they'll be forced to bring in more regulation. The United States regulation is being shaped by case law, by court cases, and the US is very stringent on people who use AI negatively to disenfranchise people, to make people, to essentially discriminate. The US is very focused against that. So in the US, regulation is basically centered on transparency and essentially transparency. And so there are lots of court cases that are coming up and people are winning against organizations that are using AI negatively. And then in Asia was one of the first countries to roll out regulation for AI and all of these activities. And they've established the algorithmic recommendation management provision. Essentially, what Asia is doing is that if you are deploying an AI solution, you have to register in this registry all of the activities and all of the things that AI is going to do, the codes and everything that controls that product or that software, so that the government knows there's no black box. The government knows exactly what your platform does behind the scene and what is expected to produce front end. Bringing this closer to home, what about Africa? What's Africa doing in terms of regulation for the digital landscape? In Nigeria, we have the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy, which came up in 2014. In South Africa, we have the South Africa's Protection of Personal Information Act. In Kenya, we have the Kenya's Data Protection Act. Also, we have the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data and the African Union's AI strategy. This list is not exhaustive, and different countries in Africa are in different levels of maturity as far as regulation and policy is concerned. Despite these efforts, a comprehensive AI-specific cybersecurity regulation remains limited across much of Africa, and we're calling for increased collaboration, which we're beginning to see to overcome these challenges. In conclusion, for this particular part of the presentation, AI, digital innovation and transformation is here to stay. We're in no way, personally, I encourage and love innovation, digitalization. I'm all for it. We are just calling out that there's a need for sensitivity and awareness and training on the risk they provide, and a deliberate effort to mitigate those risks and to balance innovation with regulation so that our digital landscape is safe for everyone. With that, we'll be going into the threat landscape, and I'd like to begin with this. Security is always excessive until it is not. Sometimes we GRC folks, people tend to feel that our own is too much. It's always this policy was not followed or that policy was not followed. It always looks like we're doing the most until a data breach happens. And then we realize that even what we thought we were doing the most was not even enough. But in this section, I'm going to do a quick summary of what the threat landscape has looked like within the last 1 year. So this data was gotten from SecureWorks 2024, and it tried to give an extensive overview of what the threat landscape has been like in the last 1 year. First is threat group motivation. There has been lots of state-sponsored activist groups, state-sponsored threat actors for different reasons. So say China, for instance, has issues with Taiwan and say Ukraine and Russia. All of these countries have sponsored cybersecurity threat actors in the various opposing countries in order to breach their data, get information that would help them win whatever war or conflict that is going on at the time. And this has been going on. And then you also have the Israel-Hamas war, where Israel has also included cybersecurity tactics to in the war against the Hamas terrorist group. Now we also have insider threat. It was noted that China specifically has interest in various industries and countries, and in an attempt to ensure world dominance, there's the risk that they now have people planted in different industries and countries that become insider threats into whatever organizations or industries that they are interested in. And the best way to mitigate insider threats is to ensure that your activities, your organization's activities are not run on trust. They have to be run based on effective controls. So authorization, multi-factor authentication, identity management, all of these things are now more important, more than ever. There is nothing like, I trust this person, go do what you want to do in the databases or in our platforms. No, you have to authenticate, present that you are who you say you are. There has to be role-based access, the principle of least privilege. All of these things must come into play, because if you have a threat actor in your organization, it is only your controls that will flag it if it eventually does. But if you're running on trust, then that person will do what he wants to do, and there will be no log to show that this person did it. Third is identity exposure. Now, there was a scenario where there was a particular threat actor that was being investigated between 2009 and 2019, which is a span of 10 years. And they were able to track him from little data points all over the internet. So he created a website, he left his information there. They were able to know that this threat actor was over here at this time. He left information in different places. If you think about, if you bring it to yourself, just think about yourself. You take pictures in front of your house and you capture your house number and you put it on the internet, right? It's your birthday and you come out, oh, happy birthday to me, I'm 29 years old. Automatically, I know your date of birth, I know the year you were born, I know the month you were born, and that some people use that as passwords. Then you go to school, you graduate, you take a picture, your ID and everything is all over the picture and in the internet. A threat actor can just sit down and scrape your information from platforms all over the internet, and he has built a profile, and with that can create a fake profile of you, can infiltrate your platforms depending on how weak your passwords are, and the list goes on. Essentially, that's what the good guys did for this particular threat actor that was being investigated, and they got all of his information. But the lesson is, it can be in reverse. Threat actors can do that to you as well. So you have to be conscious of the information you leave online, especially in these times. You cannot be careless with your personal information, especially personally identifiable information. You have to be very conscious of the information you leave online. And then you have generative AI. Like I explained earlier, generative AI is now being used to power phishing emails and business emails, essentially, such that before, phishing emails could be easily spotted due to wrong spellings, mistakes, tone, language, little things. Gen AI makes those emails almost perfect and passable, such that if you're not careful, you would think you're speaking with someone who you're not actually speaking with. And for that, it has been recommended that independent systems of identity verification be provided. So for example, if you take it to our everyday way, if your family has a code for the day or a phrase that only your family member knows, and then you think your family member is on the call asking you for something, and you're like, what's the code for the day? That's a way of verifying. If you bring it to business terms, they've recommended the use of tokens and independent identity verification, such that if you think you're speaking with someone, there should be an independent way to verify that that person is who he says he is, just for safety, especially. And then we have ransomware. Ransomware is one of the top cybersecurity risks in 2024. There've been several threat actors in this space. They've actually taken down two of the top threat actors for the ransomware circle, and that's Lockbit and Black Cat. However, when they took down Black Cat, which is one of the ransomware groups, 31 new ransomware groups entered the industry. So despite efforts of law enforcement and everyone coming together to take down threat groups, ransomware is not going away anytime soon. So you have to ensure that your safety systems, your cybersecurity systems are top-notch, because ransomware is something you do not want to experience. You do not want to have the legal consequences of a data breach where your data was ransomed. You do not want to have to pay the ransom to release your data back. You do not want to have to lose, what's the word? You don't want to have to lose face in front of your customers, your reputation, and all of that. And then threat intelligence. Threat intelligence is now needed even more than ever in today's threat landscape, especially powered by AI. It makes it easier, and automated threat intelligence is the dream. And then third-party due diligence. In today's digital landscape, because there's so much interconnectedness. So for example, I'm just going to give an example. IBM might be supported by Microsoft, which may be supported by AWS, which might be supported by other small unknown suppliers. Now, the threat actors may not be able to get at the big firms that readily, but they can get at those third-party suppliers. And once they've compromised their systems, if those other big companies do not have adequate controls in place, you have one supplier whose systems are breached. Through that breached supplier, they get to everyone else along the chain, and that's the risk of third-party risk. And so due diligence is encouraged and recommended. Make sure you know who your suppliers are. Make sure you know their threat postures. Make sure they are on the same security posture as you before you do business with them. And then finally, dark web insights, which essentially is to tell you that threat actors are normal human beings. They live among us. So be conscious of the information you put online, because you do not know who is watching or reading or looking through the information you're putting on our digital landscape. In summary, for this aspect, ransomware remains the paramount threat in today's digital landscape. The impact of state-sponsored threat groups is that a threat in one country is a threat everywhere. Imagine in this Russia-Ukraine war, Israel-Hamas war, there's this new super ransomware that was created and deployed successfully against their enemies. Once that war is done, that ransomware will be deployed in another country. It's a matter of time. So governments, we're calling for more government collaboration across countries. There's nothing like ransomware in China is China's problem. Ransomware in the UK is UK's problem. We're calling for more government cooperation to stop cyber threats. And then finally, the importance of understanding identity and exposure within your organization. Know who you are, know the people who are at risk, train to get them out of the risky list. We're rounding up now and we're going into the top cyber threats for 2024. And I would like to start with this. The weakest link in the security chain is the human element. I'll take it again. The weakest link in the security chain is the human element. We can deploy all our cybersecurity tools and platforms 24/7. If a human being is involved and the human being is compromised, he's going to compromise your entire system. So think of it. I can remember there was an incident I had where I was in a rush and then I got a mail. There was somebody very high ranking in my company and the person wanted to speak with me and the person wanted me to send over a document. I was so much in a rush. I couldn't even pay attention to the details of that email because if I had just stopped for like 2 minutes, I would have known immediately that this was a phishing email. But I just saw the name. I was like, oh, this person is looking for me. The good thing was that as much as in a hurry as I was that day, I did not send out the information. I thought to go verify independently. So I reached out to the person via Teams. Are you looking for me? And the person was like, no. I was like, you sent me an email. And the person was like, I didn't send you any email. I said, no, you sent me an email. And then I screenshot it and sent it to the person. And the person was like, that's not me. And that's when I stopped and realized that, oh, wow. This was somebody that had mimicked the person's, like, you can open email addresses anywhere, first name, last name at gmail.com, first name, last name at whatever the email is. And that's exactly what the person did. But it was not the person that the person was pretending to be. So, and I am the cybersecurity person. So imagine if I had made that mistake and sent the information over, it would have been horrible, right? But that's the human element. So we have to, as much as we're deploying risk and platforms and tools, we have to make allowance for the human being in the chain. And that's where training and awareness comes into play. And that's why GRC people are very important. But off to the top cyber threat. Because of time, I'm not going to deploy this quiz. This was meant to be the last quiz. But the question is, which of the following do you consider a top cyber threat in 2024? Ransomware, AI-assisted attacks, denial of service, zero-day exploits. The answer is, these were the 3 top cyber threats in 2024: supply chain vulnerabilities, AI-enhanced cyber attacks, and ransomware. And you can see ransomware is the most sizable in the chain. So I'm going to go into each of these 3 cyber threats to give you a better understanding of what they're about. Supply chain vulnerabilities. They're attacks by third-party vendors to infiltrate a target organization. Like I explained earlier, IBM linking to AWS, linking to some unknown third-party supplier. Once that third-party supplier is infiltrated, it automatically has access to IBM and all those other bigger companies. So in June 2024, in the UK, Synovis ransomware cyber attack, there was a particular healthcare lab, pathology lab, that was breached. And when that pathology lab was breached in the UK, this was June this year, when that pathology lab was breached, it was just a lab, medical lab. The cybersecurity systems were breached, data was accessed, and from that lab, they were able to attack several hospitals in that UK area. Services were down, critical services were down for a long time because of that breach. And they attacked some very good NHS hospitals that were in the UK in that region. And you can see how important and how much disastrous that attack was. Critical systems were down, healthcare, people could no longer show up for because health information was not accessible. It was just bad.
Thank you.
It was just bad. So action point from that case study: prioritize proactive risk management, continuous monitoring of third-party risk, enhanced data governance, and zero trust. We'll talk about zero trust more later. Next is AI-enhanced attacks. It's the use of artificial intelligence to automate or improve the speed, precision, and scope of traditional cyber attacks. In February 2024, in a multinational firm, someone used AI to create a deepfake video of the chief finance officer. And this person used the video to put a call across to a worker and convinced him to transfer $25 million. This was February of this year. Now, action points. Enhance human expertise with training. If this person had been trained to, don't be in a rush. This was a phone call. So if he had had the sense to verify outside, in any number of things, to just verify that this person is asking for $25 million. Why? Just other extra steps that have been put into the process to stop that transfer. Independent platform identity verification, defense in depth. Finally, ransomware. I've talked extensively about ransomware, but in June 2024, there was a US-based software provider that serviced the automotive industry, and they suffered a ransomware attack. The ransom that the threat groups demanded for was $10 million, and over time it escalated and they started asking for $50 million. I personally know of a school in the US that closed down from a ransomware attack as well. That was in 2021. So what are some action points? Unpatched vulnerabilities remains the top initial access vector in ransomware attacks. We cannot stress this enough. Make sure you run your patches, regular backups, employee training, endpoint detection and response. This is the last part of my presentation, cyber resilience. Security is a process and not a product. So it is a journey. It is not something you're just going to deploy a tool and all of a sudden you're cyber resilient. Cyber resilience is an organization's ability to prevent, withstand, and recover from cybersecurity incidents. And with the increasing frequency of sophistication of cyber threats, cyber resilience is critical to ensuring operational continuity and minimizing data losses. Now, elements for cyber resilience from a national level. I liked this rapid action cybersecurity framework from 𝗬𝗎. And from a national level, you can see that if you want to talk about cyber resilience, you have to take it from the top. At the national level, there has to be a cybersecurity agenda. There has to be sector level industry dialogue. There has to be a implementation roadmap, cybersecurity strategy, laws in place, policies before you come down to standards and policies and awareness training and capacity building. It's a lot, but it starts from the top. And that's why you see countries and regions like Europe, UK, US, Asia, you see that the cybersecurity drive starts from the top, from the government. That's how they make sure that it's toned from the top. It goes all the way down to make sure that everybody is cyber aware. Challenges to cyber resilience. One, evolving threats. We know that threats tend to go faster than regulation, and so that is a problem. Two, resource constraints. There are lots of organizations, especially like Heather mentioned, the small businesses. We don't know how much budget a small business will be willing to put into cyber security resilience, and that is a problem. And there's also the issue of expertise gap. As at 2023, there was 3.5 million jobs that needed cybersecurity experts, and they did not have anyone to fill those gaps. That is a problem. Third one is complex IT ecosystems. The digital landscape is now so complex. It is no longer just what's it called, fax and this thing. You now have the phone that is connected to the microwave, that's connected to the fridge, that is connected to your car. It's complex now, and so networks are just all over the place, and it makes security a bit more difficult. So personally, I would encourage that if you have an Internet of Things in your house, make sure that the network they operate on is different from your laptop, is different from your work. Let it separate those networks, because if your Internet of Things is breached, if it is separated from the rest of your important networks, you've contained that breach. But imagine if your speaker is connected to your office laptop that has a lot of data and information, is connected to your electronic car. If that Internet of Things is breached, the whole line is gone. So those are some of the challenges that we have. And then cybersecurity risk from third-party vendors. There are so many, because organizations now collaborate a whole lot more. You want to produce one car, you have lots of third-party vendors. Any one of them could be at risk. So you have to ensure that anybody you are doing business with has the same cybersecurity posture as you. What can we do to enhance cyber resilience? I'm going to rush through this. One, governance. Again, toned from the top. From the country level, we saw that we started from government. From the company level, it starts from the leadership, governance. The leaders have to set the tone from the top. Two, you must ensure you're running an effective risk management strategy. Three, security frameworks and controls should be implemented. So you have ISO 27001. I implement that. You have NIST cybersecurity framework. You have lots of frameworks that if you implement them in your organization, it gets you a little safer cybersecurity wise. 4, you have to have incident detection and monitoring, endpoint detection. You should have platforms and tools in place that stops malware and stops cyber threats before they happen, or at least detect them and inform you that this thing is going on, something has gone wrong. You can't afford for your cybersecurity, you can't afford for your platforms to just be open, for anything to just be happening. You must have effective incident response and recovery. Awareness and training, it is very important. Awareness and training. There are some things that you will not know that you need to do if you were not trained. And in terms of cybersecurity, there's a lot people do not know. So empower your GRC professionals, get GRC professionals, get people to train your staff at organization level. As an individual, seek out training and awareness. What do you not know? How can you be the stopgap for your organization? Don't be the avenue for a cyber threat to manifest in your organization. 7, supply chain security. I've stressed this a lot with third-party vendors. 8, security by design. You should not have a situation whereby you are developing a product or a framework or something, and then when you are finished developing it, you are calling the cybersecurity person to look at it. No, from the very start, when you want to start designing, the cybersecurity person should be called along. That's the only way to make sure that that product you are designing is future-proof. Right? 9, technology. We now have AI. We now have so much digital and innovation tools and platforms that helps make work easy. Implement them in your cybersecurity strategy. Use AI to improve your cybersecurity defenses. For example, you now use AI to improve our threat monitoring. If you have the budget for it, get technology to assist your cybersecurity strategy. And 10, continuous improvement, because everything I've said now, next year, there can be a totally whole new cyber threat that comes up, and then we have to start all over again. So you have to continuously improve. Emerging strategies. I'm just going to rush through this because this is literally the end. Emerging strategies. What are some people doing? Some key things that some people are doing now for their cybersecurity resilience, zero trust. Some of the earlier speakers have already emphasized this. There's nothing like I trust you. No, I will verify what you are doing and then I will trust you after. Ensure that principle in all of your organizations. You are logging into something, you authorize, you authenticate, defense in depth, and all of that. 2, supply chain security. I've said, I think if you've not learned anything from me today, you should have learned the importance of supply chain security. 3, AI and machine learning. People are implementing AI and machine learning in deploying anomaly detection, predictive analysis. I love predictive analysis, and then faster response times to incident issues. And then finally, blockchain. Blockchain is an emerging powerful tool for cybersecurity, and it is used for securing digital identities and payment transactions. So these are some of the innovative ways people are responding to cyber threats and building cyber resilience. In conclusion, what have we learned? We've learned about the digital landscape. We've learned about the threat landscape. We've learned about components of cyber resilience. I've learned about strategies for cyber resilience. I will end with this. In the age of constant cyber threats, resilience is the new competitive edge. You cannot afford to not be cyber resilient. And it's Anon. That's a very nice way of saying me. I was the one who came up with that quote. Thank you for listening, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Oh, thank you so much, Blessing. This is really insightful, and 𝗬𝗲𝗏, really appreciate your time. Guys, if we have any question, please drop it in the comment section. We have 30 minutes to the end of the conference. Thank you so much for staying till now and listening to the 𝗬𝗏𝗏 sessions that we have. So to the next, if you have any question, like I said, put it in the comment section. Blessing will be able to answer the question. The next speaker that we have, let me share my screen, is going to be, excuse me. So we are almost towards the end of the conference. So our next speaker is going to be Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏. Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 will be coming on board to speak to us about enhancing cybersecurity through the implementation of standards. Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 has over 10 years of experience in GRC. So for people that are interested in GRC, this is going to be the most important session for you to attend. And I will be handing over to Dr. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 to take the floor.
Blessing, you can stop sharing your screen.
Thanks. Trying to do, okay, found it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
thank you and welcome on board, Dr. Jumoke.
It's just a minute, I think. Dr. Jumoke would be able to speak now. So you can try to unmute now. So sorry about that.
All right, thank you so much for this opportunity. I was actually trying to unmute, you know. So thank you, everyone. I've been part of this session and it's been a very insightful session for me. Yeah, I joined from the beginning of the session and up till now, I can see that a lot of people are still on the call. So it means that it's actually very interesting. I hope you can hear me, please.
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Thank you, EyBrids, for this opportunity. I will be sharing my screen with you. I hope you can see my screen also. Yeah. All right. When I got this title of Secure or Crumble, it just came to my mind like, how do we need to protect our environment? If we don't protect our environment or myself as an individual or my organization, then we are ready to crumble. So I now thought of like, oh, what can I do like a proactive measure of protecting myself as an individual and also protecting my organization? So I came up with this title, How Policies and Frameworks Would Enhance Cybersecurity. So as we have heard, my name is 𝗬𝗧𝗰𝗂𝗿𝗲. I'm a cybersecurity professional. I'm skilled in the area of GRC, information security, IT security, and IT audit. I'm also a co-founder of CyberGuard Lounge. So I'm very pleased to be in your midst. I just go on to the presentation. Imagine that you are tasked with securing a company or an environment or even a house. You are tasked with securing a house, like a castle. And you find out that there are constantly threats at your gate. Let's say, for instance, now at Buckingham Palace, it is known that there are threats at the gates at all times, invading armies and spies, or even traitors within, like internet threats. And you have guards watching. You have built physical security around having strong walls, and you have weapons. Your security men, they have weapons to fight. But there's a problem. No one knows the plan. The security men are there. They have their armory. You have the walls. You have everything, but they don't know what to do because no plan has been given to them. So it's as good as not having any security. Security men are going around. They fall asleep because they don't know what to do. There's no defined role and responsibility for each person to carry out in case there is a threat or they need to defend. So that is why it is very, very important to have our policies defined as an organization, communicated to every party, and for each person's role and responsibility to be clearly defined in case there is a disaster. We have been talking during this session about cyber being an object of cyber attack is not an if, it's a case of when. So we need to be very proactive when it comes to cyber defense, cyber security defense. So that's why policies and frameworks are very, very important as proactive measures for securing ourselves as individuals and as organizations. So many things have been said, especially by the last speaker, about several cybersecurity threats, breaches, and how attackers can sabotage or even insider threats. We have talked about so many things around cybersecurity breaches. Like I have on my screen, identity theft, password, spyware, virus, scam. A lot of threats around us. Threats landscape keep increasing. For instance, cybersecurity crime is estimated to cost the global economy 8.5 trillion in 2024. 2024 is about closing. And this is driven by increasingly sophisticated attacks and large-scale breaches. 98% of organizations are connected to at least one third party, which has been very, very well emphasized by the last speaker too. Third-party risk, supply chain risk are prominent when it comes to the threat landscape we have around that people or organizations are very susceptible to. So it is very, very important to protect an organization, our organizations, as we interface with third parties to secure our environment. Also, attackers are leveraging generative AI to enhance phishing campaigns, to create malicious software, and develop convincing fake communications. I saw a picture of, most of our Gen Zs, our young people, when they snap pictures, they put their fingers. It will shock you that their fingerprints can be extracted from those pictures. That is to tell you the sophistication that comes with generative AIs, the deep fakes. Now, a lot of things are going on. Also, ransomware recovery costs in 2024 are projected to average 2.73 million per incident. Per incident, emphasize, per incident. You can imagine ransomware attack. Also, identity-based attacks surged in 2023 with adversaries exploiting technologies like multi-factor authentication bypass and social engineering. We have lots of cybersecurity breaches along all these areas of cyber threats landscape that we have around us. So it is very important for us as individuals and as organizations to stay proactive when it comes to either being secure or crumble.
All right. I think
so the top 7 cybersecurity threats, which we cannot overemphasize: man-in-the-middle attack, denial of service attacks, phishing attack, malware attack, supply chain attacks, social engineering attacks. We can't overemphasize the importance of staying protected and staying proactive in the face of all these cybersecurity threats landscape that we have around us, especially as it comes to social engineering, which I call hacking the human. There's a book that was actually written, Hacking the Human. So that is a very, very serious aspect of cybersecurity that we need to pay attention to, which policies also help us to stay proactive in defending against. So that's why it's very, very important when we are designing our policies, the frameworks that drive our security, that helps us to maintain our security posture as organizations and even as individuals. Is very, very important that we are proactive. So policy, standards, frameworks are proactive measures for us to stay vigilant and also to stay protected. Why does security matter? Why? Why do I need to be conscious about cybersecurity threat landscape? Because of the high high rising data breaches. In the previous slide I shared, I talked about the cost of cybercrime. It's enormous. Even as individuals, if you have been a victim of cybercrime, you know it could even lead to loss of life, not just financial loss, not just trust or confidence of your customers, losing the confidence of your customers. It could get to the level that you can even lose your life, even because some NHS have been breached to the extent that when they had issues of malware attack, even customer data, they could not be able to get access to it, to the extent that some patients have died in the course of not getting treatment. So that is how severe the cost of insecurity could get to. Also, it is important for us to have proactive security measure in this digital age. If you are looking at like being reactive, a lot of things would have gone wrong. Even in our personal lives, it is very, very important for us. We know that proactive measures are usually more effective than being reactive. So that's why we have preventive controls around standards that make us to stand strong in the face of security. Also, security without structure leads to vulnerabilities. If we do not have any structure in place around policies, frameworks, and standards, is as good as not having any security in place, which leads us to having vulnerabilities and weaknesses in our system. Just like the story I shared in my opening, as a way of opening this session, it is very, very important to have a structure, which is what policies and standards help us to achieve. Policies, they are the foundation of security. Security policies act as proactive foundation for building a security-inclined culture. Without policy, without frameworks, it is difficult for us to define roles and responsibilities which individuals are meant to carry out in case of an incident. Without policies, we cannot say that we have leadership backing. We can't say that we have leadership backing in terms of our information security. We have standards around ISMS. We have NIST framework that help us to achieve security, to protect the confidentiality, the integrity, and the availability of our information assets. It is very, very important. Policies establish a very clear guideline and protocols for managing sensitive data, access controls, and incident responses. So it's a standardized way of helping us to maintain a consistent behavior across all levels of the organization. And invariably, it helps us to reduce vulnerabilities. Policies also helps us to ensure compliance with standards. There are many standards, like I've said. We have the ISO 27001. We have 22301 around business continuity. We have service management system, ISO 20000. We also have the AI ISO standard that has already come up, that is being implemented already. We have the GDPR. We have the HIPAA, which has to do with health information in the United States. So it is very, very important. We know the implication of not complying with standards. It could lead us to around paying fines, financial loss to an organization. So it is very, very important to stay compliant, to ensure compliance with policies and standards in order to ensure security. Also, policies help us to have a well-defined and effective response to incidents. So there are many policies that ISO standards have already that we need to put down in our organization, that we need to establish as an organization, different types of policies around our processes. So it is very, very important that we have policies around. Some of those policies, we have acceptable use of information, which is very, very key to any organization or even individuals that want to use an organization asset. There are other policies around maintaining our access controls, which standards and framework helps us to establish those policies. And once those policies are there, they need to be communicated to individuals in the organization, and they need to sign also that they understand the policy. They have read and they also understand the policy, which is around maintaining compliance with the standard at the same time. Because even when auditors come around, they do check all these things as proof that our information security awareness training have been properly carried out. And once these are done, we know that somehow, to a very large extent, we have stayed proactive because, like we said, the human factor in cybersecurity can never be overemphasized. It is a very critical aspect when it comes to security breaches. It is a very, very critical aspect. Once the human has been hacked, even the best of technologies may not be able to save us at that point in time, because it's still, with the best of technologies, with users that are not well informed, the technology is, I'm sorry to say, is not effective. Could be just be there, like a house that is fortified. The structure is high, there are guards there, but the guards don't know what to do. They don't understand what their roles and responsibilities are. But policies, standards, frameworks help us to establish all these. So there are checklists when it comes to policy. So some of these frameworks that we use that help us to work with a structured approach to managing security risk are the NIST Framework 2.0. We also have the ISO 27001 with 10 clauses. But the clauses that we usually implement for organizations, we start from clause 4, which is the context, understand the organizational processes, their procedures, then move on to leadership, because it is important to have leadership commitment to information security. Otherwise, in fact, we are going nowhere without management support to information security. Takes us to planning. Under planning, we have things around risk management. What is the risk appetite of the organization? What is the level of risk? What is the criteria for accepting risk? And how do we manage those risks that we have decided to accept? How do we mitigate them in case? So these are some of the things that policies and frameworks, especially these two frameworks, help us to achieve. When it comes to NIST standard, we have NIST Cybersecurity Framework. Don't talk. I'm sorry, 1 minute, please. So we have identity, to protect, to detect, respond, and to recover. The part that I love so much when it comes to ISO standard, don't make noise now, please. When it comes to ISO standard, the part of it that entices me so much is the performance evaluation. If we have implemented policies, we have implemented standards, the risk management approach is in place, we need to measure it. We need to measure the effectiveness of those controls that we have. Those are the things that frameworks and standards help us to achieve before we now get to the level of continuous improvement. We must get to a point, a level, where we can use our standards and framework to measure and to monitor the effectiveness of our control. Then we can say that, yes, we have an organization that is resilient in case of any cyber attack. That's when we can talk about cybersecurity resilience. So having said all this, most organizations know this. We said it to them because You need things around to implement these standards, which are regulatory. For instance, in Nigeria, CBN mandated all deposit money banks to implement some of these standards, especially the ISO 27001 standard and some other standards, some other ISO standards. But when it comes to information security management, we have the 27001 standard. So what are the problems that makes organizations, what are the challenges to the implementation of these standards? Resistance to change. Most of us don't want to change. Most organizations also look at the implementation cost. We look at the complexity of the framework. We look at lack of skilled personnel. We look at the rapidly evolving threat landscape, then misalignment with business goals, then the third-party risk. Our third party, people that we do business with, they are not buying into the standard or into the security framework that we have established. That's why it is very, very important to also have a properly drafted agreement, service level agreement with our third-party vendors, our suppliers, and they also have to be monitored. There are all the clauses that we have in ISO standard have established ways in which we can manage our risk around our third party, supply chain, our vendors. And also there is also a standard that we have to maintain when it comes to drafting our SLAs. There are particular clauses that must be contained in our clauses, especially when in our SLAs, when it comes to managing third-party risk. But what I see is that because of the high implementation cost, most organizations shy away from implementing these standards. But when you compare the risk of insecurity to implementing these standards, you will agree with me that it's better to implement these standards than not to implement it, because the risk of not implementing will lead to even loss of life, loss of reputational that's reputational damage, lack of trust from our suppliers or even our customers. It has multiple effects, ripple effects that just go around. So it is very, very important for organizations to implement policies, establish frameworks, establish policy from the standards, and ensure that their staff, their suppliers, their stakeholders, all their stakeholders understand the implication of not complying with these standards. So for us to be able to overcome the barriers to security success, we need to develop a culture of security by promoting awareness. Organizations, what do? They have what they call simulations around phishing attacks, around security awareness training, and even monitor users of staff or even interested parties that have not come. With those established procedures. Also, we need to prioritize, explore scalable, cost-effective solutions. We could start.
Wow.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining thus far. I think we're going to move to our icebreaker session. Actually, we've had an intense session. This has been all time.
It looks like she got disconnected.
Yes, she actually got disconnected, but we're going to proceed with the session because we've already spent enough time. Please, Rihanna, take over with the
Can you hear us, Dr. Jumoke? We are sorry you lost your connection. So thank you so much,
Yes,
everyone.
I can hear you.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
you got disconnected at one point. We are sorry about that. Thank you so much, everyone, for waiting till now. We really appreciate your time. And so the next session, we just want to do little icebreaker to spice up things. It's been a long day, and I know that we might probably need something to do. So the next icebreaker that we have, we are going to run this for like 4 minutes. And the first one is a trivia game. And we have 2 emails, and we just wanted to spot which one is fishy and which one is the fishy emails out of the 2. So we have just drop it in the comment section, and I'll be able to moderate that from my own end. Drop which one, why do you think it is fishy? Let's see how that is going to go. Then while we have that, we can just, let me see what we have. Okay, someone said B. Okay. Can you tell us one indicator that you see that makes you think it is B? Then we need more people to help us participate in this game. We just want to spice things up before we go to the second, to the penultimate session for the day. Okay, B, all right. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, all right. I think we have few people dropped that it is B. So let me look at what we have here. Yeah, it is actually B, and there are some few pointers for us to look at when we are checking our emails, especially if you are getting emails. It is not all phishing emails that have grammar or spelling mistakes, so we should also look beyond the spelling mistakes and ensure that the email is from authorized email and a registered email that you are familiar with. And don't click on a malicious link if you are not sure of the email. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining the first part. And we are going to move to the second part of the icebreaker. And the second part is guess the meme. This looks like guess the meme, but it comes as, what do you think about this meme? So we have this meme that says Google is the data and is this money. What comes to your mind when you see this meme? You can drop it in the comment section. We have 3 memes in this slide that we just want to talk through, just to get what people think when they see or get to see this meme. Okay, someone said Google harvests your data and sell it to companies. Okay, Google selling user data. Okay, right, good. If we have anyone coming up again, we can drop it in the comment section. I would go back and check it. Then the next meme that we have is this. As a cybersecurity analyst, as a cybersecurity professional, look at this meme. How do you feel, or what comes to your mind? Like the first year in InfoSec and the 10 years in InfoSec. What is this meme telling us, or what is this meme telling you? Okay, we have less than 1 minute to the end of. It is a lot. Okay, the intensity of work, the field is demanding, danger lies ahead. All right, that's good. And the last meme for the day is this one. We have cut security budgets, invest in security, and we have the board of directors moving towards which line? Which line do you think the board of directors or the executive would want to move towards? Is it cutting security budgets or investing in security? This is going to be, let me hear your thoughts. You can put your thoughts in the comment section. This is going to be our last meme for the day. And we really thank you for staying this far with us. Okay, invest in security. Thank you so much. And you can keep putting it in the comment section. If time permits us, we can always go over that. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating. And the next one that we have, like I said, the penultimate one that we have is our second panel session. And for this panel session, I will be bringing on board a couple of professionals to discuss a pressing issue. And the panel session 2 is about the business case for robust cybersecurity. And before we start, we know that cybersecurity is no longer just an IT problem. It's a general problem. It is everyone's responsibility. And recently, there is something that has been making headlines, which is Starbucks ransomware attack. This Starbucks ransomware attacks happened due to it's a ransomware attack that happened due to third party, and it is not even like internal system. It is like a third party attack. So we'll be addressing this with our panelists. Here with me, I have 𝗬𝗂𝗰𝗂𝗿𝗲, I have Victoria 𝗬𝗂𝗰𝗂𝗺𝗍𝗧, then I have 𝗖𝗍𝗂𝗰𝗂𝗺𝗃 and Jeremiah. These people will be the one that we'll be interacting with about discussing what is the business case for robust cybersecurity, how can business leaders come in, and also hear their own perspective about business case. So to start with, I would look at what happened recently with Starbucks. I'll be throwing this to the general panelists, like, what are the common misconceptions? We know that it is not internal. What happened to Starbucks is not internal. It is third party, but it can still be mitigated, right? What are the common misconceptions that business leaders have about the cost of cybersecurity? Look at the memes that we shared earlier on. What do you think about this, about the cost of cybersecurity and what business leaders think towards the cost of cybersecurity?
Yeah, and thank you so much for that question. Every business leaders are all thinking of how to cut costs. Everyone's like, oh, I don't want to invest in infrastructure, but the fact still remains that the aftermath of that, what they are preventing will be huge, because when you are trying to save money and the cost of incident happen, you're going to pay a lot. Pay a lot in the sense that you could pay for damages, individual able to sue you, able to fix those systems that you trying to shy away from, and the suit to call individual will sue because of data breach, and the government agency will also fine. So it's an interesting topic that is interesting for business owner to know that they need to take security as very priority in everything they do, because aftermath of it is very, very dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim, for pointing that out. That it goes just beyond the financial, even the customer trust and their reputation is also like important. Is there anyone else that wants to like shed light into this?
Yes, Rihanna, I would.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I would. Okay.
All right. You can go. You can go on. You can go on.
Thank you. So I would just like to share an experience based on that. As we all said, business leaders would always want to run away from the cost of investing in security. I once worked in an organization and we needed to implement some ISO standard, ISO 20000, ISO 27001, and the business continuity management one. It was supposed to be an integrated management system, and then the approval got to the MD. When he saw the cost, he was like, why must he do this? He's not interested, blah, blah, blah. We persuaded and made every attempt to convince him, this is essential, this is blah, blah, blah. At the end of the meeting, he walked away. 6 months down the line, the organization had an attack. The attack caused the organization a whole day disruption, leading to several billions lost in value and customers' trust and a whole lot of regulatory issues. And at the end of the day, he even got a sanction for that because audit had recommended implementation of this, but you were looking at the cost. So the question is, sometimes, is it what, like the last speaker, Dr. 𝗬𝗂𝗰𝗂𝗺𝗃 mentioned, sometimes when you try to save money, what you're trying to save, you're actually losing it. You're not just losing it, you're losing it in triple fold, in multiple fold that you cannot sometimes even quantify, right? So I just want to, encourage us with that experience. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Victoria. 𝗬𝗂𝗰𝗂𝗺𝗃, is there anything else you want to add to that?
Okay. Thank you so much. I love the submission from Victoria. To add to that, business leaders, basically in a typical organization, understand 2 types of languages. In summary, at high level, they understand revenue and they understand cost. And most of the times, they are more interested in the revenue. Anything that will generate revenue for the organization, that will increase or boost the bottom line, that is what they want to do. But anything that will drive down or maybe streamline the cost, that's what also they will do. Now, when it comes to cybersecurity or security generally, they see security or cybersecurity as a cost component in the organization, and they don't like anything that has to do with cost or that will make them to spend more money. So they see cybersecurity as a capital expenditure or operational expenditure as against revenue generating component of the business. But then it will be good for cybersecurity professionals to begin to educate the business leaders. So, and the best way to educate them is to start also speaking the language of business leaders and say, look, cybersecurity is more than cost component. Cybersecurity is a value addition to the business. So if you don't want to spend X amount of money today because it is security, you may end up spending X plus 1 million or $1 billion because of lack of security tomorrow. So that is really important. The second point also is this. In the digital ecosystem today, there are so much interconnectivity that a typical organization cannot afford to fight cybersecurity in a silo. A lot of collaboration needs to come in. Collaborate with your third parties. No matter how small your third party seems like, comparable to your own company, you still need to collaborate with them to ensure that they don't use your third parties as loophole or as the back door to enter into your network and bring it down. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, 𝗬𝗂, for talking about speaking the languages of the stakeholders, of the business leaders, because that is what they understand the most. Maybe putting numbers and figures into it will help them to understand the importance of investing in cybersecurity. And I'll be directing this question to Victoria. What happened to Starbucks? Like we said, that is not internal. Also like affected, even though it is not internal, it's affected some critical parts of their operations, like their payroll, their employee scheduling, and also some of their daily store operations. So from a risk point of view, from a risk professional standpoint, how do you think organizations can actually align their strategy with broader, like within the broader business goals, right? Beyond what they are doing, beyond like, to the extent of also reaching third-party vendors that they are consulting or working with.
All right, thank you, Renat. So the Starbucks incident just resonates a major concern within the cybersecurity domain, which is third-party vendor risk management. A whole lot of organizations don't pay close attention to this because we feel, the vendors should just be responsible for managing the risk, this thing within themselves. Unfortunately, it has gone beyond that. So third-party risk management is something that is critical and the organization needs to pay attention to when onboarding vendors. It's not just the responsibility of the third party to handle that part. So risk management, I would say, is one thing that is critical for organization to look into when onboarding third party. Another thing is within the strategic objective or planning of the organization, risk management should be something that should be considered. Cybersecurity should be something that should be factored into the planning, because that's why a lot of organizations, they see cybersecurity as an afterthought. You don't, factor it into the planning of the organization strategy. So if it's essential for the organization to factor in that part of risk management, that factor in that part of planning within the strategic planning of the organization. Risk management should be incorporated. Cybersecurity should also be leveraged. Another thing I would advise for the Starbucks incident is the zero trust architecture for third-party vendors. Is essential, not just to allow a vendor come into your domain and just have access to most things, right? Zero trust should be implemented as a strategy for third-party vendor management. So those are three of the things I can just, because of our time, I won't want to go into detail to allow for others to, expatiate on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victoria, and thank you for talking about also considering third party when you are planning your business goals and strategy. And I have one last question, and the last question will be directed to 𝗬𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 Jeremiah. And this is just to hear their own thoughts. So looking at the way companies are pushing for innovations, the way people or companies are investing into AI, right? How can we ensure that business or stakeholders are putting cybersecurity in mind, especially when adopting AI and other technologies in the market?
Okay, so with the adoption of emerging technologies, AI and the likes, I think business owners, business leaders need to be very aware, first of regulations, right? So there are regulations guiding adoptions of technologies. Like Blessing mentioned, there's a lot of regulations around AI regulations and, using company data to train AI ML algorithms and stuff. So business owners should be very aware and very, critical of implementing their technologies with emerging technologies, AI and the likes. And also, they should, I would say business owners should also be careful about handling of user information. Generally, most business are in charge of user information in one way or the other. So how are you feeding your information into these technologies? So is the AI, so some of these AI companies will tell you the AI doesn't train with your data, the AI only offers insights into what you want it to do. But I mean, the AI has to train itself at some point. So there is some product we try to deploy some time ago, and then brain. So a brain can only train itself when you give it new challenges or when you give it new data. And where is it fetching data from the ones you provide to it from your organization? So business owners need to be very careful of the kind of data they expose to this AI, not exposing PIIs that could damage the the confidentiality of their customers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeremiah, for covering that. I really appreciate your thoughts. We're going to need Jeremiah. Could you please step in?
Yeah, thank you. So everyone has really said a lot, and one thing I would also chip in, which has been said before, is education is very important and creating awareness. I work for an agency where we build products for different clients, and so I started something some times ago. I started creating like tips, security tips. I'm a backend developer, but because I studied information security, so I really appreciate that knowledge. And so I just started giving that tip to people in the company. Now, what I realize is giving this tip, it's more like educating people, making everyone, the board, the leader, the founders, everyone there in the group, they get this knowledge. Now it's creating, the impact is people now see the reason why they should take security seriously. And the way we give those tips, we don't give it as if it is only the developers that should take security seriously. We don't say it as if it is only the security team that should take it seriously. Everyone should take it. In fact, there's this idea I have that when we give these tips, we don't just give them like, we want you to secure the company. We give them the tip like, we want you to secure yourself. We want you to secure your family. We want you to secure your aged father that is 90-something years old that can die if something happens, or if he or she loses something big or so dear to them. So that education is very, very important, and it goes a long way. But one thing we should also consider is educating people won't come easy. Don't expect them to just take you straight. Like some of the speakers said, the leaders, they are just about, how am I going to spend this? If I'm going to spend this, how much is it going to yield for me? So that is why we educate them. When they feel that this thing is going to affect me outside work, they will take it serious, even in the workplace. Thank you.
Wow.
So just to add to that, so we've been stressing a lot around zero trust, and I just wanted to add another principle that sort of rides alongside zero trust, and that's principle of least privilege, right?
Yeah.
So give everybody the least amount of privilege they need to do what they need to do. So integrating with technologies, just like least privilege, nothing more.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's
Just to add this, the question was also about AI. One thing I always tell people is know the kind of information you share with AI.
Exactly.
You know, some people would say, I want to ask this question about my CV and all that, post it on AI. I want you to restructure this. Please try as much as possible. If I thought you're going to do that, change everything that are directly linked with you. Just put some dummy names. Yours is, you know what you're looking for. Just put those dummy details. When it gives you the dummy details, you can now change a lot of things and put your details and all that, your work experience and all that. That is it.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I like that everyone talked about different perspectives. We move from like businesses, from third-party risk management to ensuring that businesses know how to use AI in an ethical way. And most importantly, as a person using AI, knowing the kind of information that you are feeding AI, just for our own concern. Thank you so much. And we'll be ending the session at this point. Thank you to our audience for staying this long again. The next speaker that I will be bringing up will be 𝗤𝗏𝗰𝗂𝗿𝗲. Let me bring up 𝗤𝗏𝗰𝗂𝗿𝗲. Wait a minute. Okay, so our last speaker for today, I would say this is our last speaker for today, is 𝗤𝗏𝗰𝗂𝗿𝗲. We've been having sessions with like cybersecurity analysts, backend engineers, and this session is going to be different because we'll be bringing on board another person in the tech field who is a data analyst to talk to us from our own perspective on data protection and analysis, the crucial intersection between data analysts and cybersecurity professionals. 𝗤𝗏𝗰𝗂𝗿𝗲 is a data analyst and a Power BI developer. She has a strong background in finance and business analytics, and she specializes in using SQL, Power BI, and other data visualization tools. So I'll be welcoming 𝗤𝗏𝗰𝗂𝗿𝗲 on board to share our thoughts about the intersection between data analysts and cybersecurity professionals. Yeah, thank you, 𝗤𝗏𝗰𝗂𝗿𝗲.
Thank you guys for having me today. I really appreciate it. One second. Sorry. I'm sorry, I'm trying to do this.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Oh, okay. 1 second, please. So, good day, distinguished guests. It's an honor to be here today, addressing a topic that lies at the heart of our data-driven era, data protection and analysis. Do you know that by 2025, the world is projected to generate 463 exabytes of data daily, an unimaginable scale of information? The data is pivotal in driving strategic decisions, improving operational strategies, and enhancing customer experience and industries. Cyber threats are intensifying, and consequences of breaches are becoming more severe every day. Today, I will dive into the dynamic interplay between two critical roles, data analysts and cybersecurity professionals, and how their collaboration ensures that data remains not only actionable, but also secure. I'll start by saying data analysts are the architect of insights. They extract value from raw data, uncovering trends and patterns to inform decisions, optimize processes beyond analytical experts. They are stewards of data privacy and compliance, ensuring regulations like general data protection regulations are being adhered to. While cybersecurity professionals are defenders of digital assets, they protect data, system, and network from unauthorized access, theft, and corruption. Their work ensures that sensitive information is being safeguarded, even in the face of escalating cyber threats. Let's imagine this. A retail company collects millions of customer transactions daily. Analysts dive into this data to uncover shopping trends, personalized marketing, to improve their inventory management and to improve their own inventory management. But at the same time, cybersecurity professionals must also ensure that this sensitive information is not being exposed to hackers or misused internally. This balance of usability and protection is very, very critical. Without it, business could lose both their competitive edge and their customers' trust. That's why data analysts and cybersecurity professionals must always collaborate together. I'll start by explaining the roles of data analysts. I said earlier that they are the problem solver who turn raw data into insights. Their first task is to organize and structure data. Let's think of them as digital librarians, taking messy data sets and transforming them into something clean, accurate, and ready for analysis. The next thing they do is uncover patterns and trends. For instance, an analyst might notice that a certain product is better in one region than the other. So that will lead to smarter marketing and strategy stocking decisions. Analysts are also responsible for anomalizing sensitive data to comply with the general data protection regulations. Their work sets the foundation for ethical and secure data usage. The next thing we check out is the partnership between cybersecurity is no less critical. So they protect data by implementing advanced security measures, including encryption and multi-factor authentication, to defend against unauthorized breaches. They also cybersecurity professionals also control assets by establishing stringent access control. They ensure that only authorized individuals can interact with sensitive data let's take for instance, in a hospital, cybersecurity professionals ensures that patient records are accessible solely to relevant healthcare providers. They also maintain integrity by safeguarding data against tampering or corruptions, a task particularly critical in industries like finances, where even a minor inaccuracies can have catastrophic consequences. Let's see why it's very important for them to collaborate. The intersection between these roles is very, very valuable, and collaboration between data analysts and cybersecurity professionals creates a robust ecosystem of innovations and security. The data analysts also ensure that data are very, very clean and accurate, while cybersecurity ensures its integrity and protection. Risk prioritization. Analysts must classify data by sensitivity, enabling cybersecurity to focus on securing high-risk information, while in the event of a breach, analysts identify compromised data, while cybersecurity contain and mitigate the threats. The synergy ensures that organizations can operate confidently, even in an increasingly volatile digital landscape. So this partnership is not theoretical at all. It's happening every day in our real world scenarios. Let's take, in the financial sector, let's take JP Chase, for instance. JP Chase processes millions of transactions daily. Data analysts uses these sophisticated algorithms to monitor their transactions in real time. They identify irregularities such as duplicates, payments, unusual large transactions, or out-of-pattern spending behavior. While the cybersecurity team must ensure that the sensitive information given to the bank like account numbers, our social security numbers are very, very, very secured, and they must be encrypted during storage and transmission. So by working together, this team reduces risk protection, they reduces risk, fraud, and protect customers' trust and maintain regularity. Another sector I will check out is the healthcare sector. For instance, a patient's history of high cholesterol and family health diseases might trigger preventive measures like lifestyle changes or medication, because analysts uses this information, uses this historical patient data to identify the trends, such as the likelihood of complications after surgery or the risk of developing chronic illness thereabouts. Why the cybersecurity professionals ensures that high sensitive information containing medical histories, insurance information, etc. are the access control is very, very restricted. Only authorized personnel like doctors, nurses, or specialists have direct access to this record. The partnership between these two individuals ensures that patients receive personalized, data-driven care without compromising the confidentiality of their health information. The last sector I'm going to check out here is the e-commerce sector, where I'll be using Amazon as an example. Amazon uses data analytics to improve customer experiences by offering personalized product recommendation. By analyzing browsing histories, past purchases, and even abandoned carts, this happens to us most times, whereby you just want to get something and you're like, how did they know? Things like that. That's the job of an analyst, you know. So for example, if a customer frequently purchases fitness gear, they might be shown related products like protein chain or workout equipment just to get them to buy that and certify the customers. The cybersecurity rules here is like they ensure that the payment information is being protected through advanced techniques like tokenization, which replaces sensitive data, like your credit card. There are some places whereby you just see it as, you won't see the whole number, you only have like the 4 last numbers. So that's the job of a cybersecurity professional. Together, these measures ensures that customers enjoy tailored shopping experiences while their sensitive information remains secure from breaches. So to wrap this up, data analysts and cybersecurity professionals are two sides of the same coin. One extracts value from data, while the other ensures its safety and integrity. Their collaboration is the backbone of modern businesses. It ensures data is not only actionable, but also protected from the growing risk of cyber threats. As we embrace the future of data, let's prioritize this partnership to unlock the full potential of information while safeguarding trust. Thank you for having me.
Wow. Thank you so much for Lashley. Hi, everyone. If you have any questions or insights, please drop it in the comment section. We are still taking some questions. I'll be answering them via the live chats. And also, we have a feedback link in the comment section as well. We need your feedback to be able to get insights on how you feel, how has the conference been so far, and also to improve our subsequent conferences and events. Thank you so much, everyone. And the highlights of this conference for me is collaboration. Everyone has been able to talk, and it boils down to how can we collaborate to make the digital space more safe and secure. So at this point, I'll be handing it over to Esther and Sani, which is also the co-founder, to make the final conclusion.
Thank you so much, Rihanna. This has been an amazing session. It has been intensive. That's the truth. It's more like we should make this a masterclass. But firstly, I'll just say watch out for GCC 2.0. Just be on the lookout. But I just wanted to give heads up to everybody. We're going to be sending you an email that would include the slide decks of the presentations we've had from our speakers. We're also going to have all the presentations the recording links. We're going to have the recording of this session posted on our YouTube channel, but we'd also be including that in the email. And if for whatever reason, I know some people need this to track the hours, if you require a certificate of participation, please send an email to me and cc hello@eyebrids.com. I have that in the chat section already, and we will get your certificate of participation across to you. Very, very importantly, to ensure that we get better as a team, we would appreciate your feedback. So please click the link, put in your feedback. It's very important to us. It's very required. And please follow us on our LinkedIn pages, all EyBrids channels on social media. Please follow us. And if you have feedback from the session, maybe if you took screenshots of maybe a particular session that was very important to you, you could post that on LinkedIn. You could talk about the session. You could give your feedbacks, and we would appreciate to see those feedbacks and those posts. Thank you very much. Someone is asking, is the link secure? You can be sure that the link is secure. Thank you very much. I hand over to Mr. Ibrahim Sani, the co-founder, one of the co-founders of EyBrids. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther, for that wonderful speech. It has been an amazing session so far. Like 4 hours, right? And it has been an interactive session, very insightful one. And I would like to appreciate our speakers, keynote speakers, our panelists, the participants. This has been an eye-opener. We've learned a lot. And I could say that I've learned a lot, even being in the cybersecurity industry. I've learned a lot from today's session. It has been an amazing. I would like to appreciate each and everyone for witnessing. EyBrids is coming up very big, and we are planning and we are hoping to get better. Your feedback will be much appreciated, and we hope to serve you better. And we are open for business. We are welcome, open for business. Whenever you need us, you can contact us. We are open for business. Thank you everyone for attending today. And you can follow us at EyBrids on our Twitter handle at EyBrids, our Instagram at EyBrids, and also our LinkedIn at EyBrids. Thank you everyone for joining us today. Thank you. Do have a lovely day.